on the ocean, turn water into wine. We bury our emotion and pretend that we're just fine.
Okay, good evening everyone. So today I believe there are quite a bit of participants and candidates in our session today. So for today, right, we'll be actually conducting our very first campaign speech, which is on 26th of August 2020, 6 p.m. So for today, we have a total of about 11 candidates where they will actually be sharing with you all more about what they want to advocate for in school of computing. And given that they're actually contesting for the roles in the upcoming 23rd Management Committee. So that being said, I just want to quickly go through a few information regarding regarding this campaign speech and how it's going to run. Okay, so a few instructions. Okay, for past MC members, current candidates, as well as audiences. Okay, please take note that if you were to want to ask any questions, right, do put up a virtual hand raise so that we can spot you. So myself and the rest of the committee members, right, will put you in queue to actually ask the questions. Okay, you'll be tasked to unmute, identify yourself prior to asking questions. Okay, and we will not be entertaining the questions being asked in the chat box. Okay, the reason being is because it might cause backlogging and that we may not be able to identify who's the person who is actually asking the question. We want to make this Q&A session as genuine as possible as well. All right. So that being said, I just want to quickly share a few things regarding the committee. So today in the election itself, we have a committee of the main committee of 3 people comprising of me, Neil, and Tricia, as well as the assistants Vinod and Sumi. Okay, these are the few roles that the candidates can actually contest for, and it runs down from presidents to vice presidents as well as secretaries and various director roles. Okay, you may refer this information in the handbook that has been emailed to everyone since. Okay, so do go and find your email and find this elections handbook version 1.1 and you'll be able to get the same copy that I've shared right here in the slides. Okay, so that being said, just want to quickly share that there are actually 2 ways that the election campaign can actually run. One is via the NUSU Exco representative, and the second will be run via the management committee. Okay, and that's it. Just want to quickly share that candidates will be given 15 minutes to share what they want to advocate for and their introduction about themselves. Thereafter, there'll be another 15 minutes Q&A section, which will open up to the floor to ask questions. Okay, so back to the same instructions as I mentioned earlier on. For asking questions, do remember to give yourself a virtual hand raise. Okay, so without further ado, today I'll be sharing our very first candidate. So we will be starting off with the NUSU Exco representative campaign speeches. And the first candidate to be sharing for tonight's session would be Chun Kik.
Hi. Give me a moment.
Sure.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, your screen can be seen and you can be heard.
Okay. Let me start the timer. Okay. So thanks Yap Kai for bringing us through the quick brief on the election rules. So hello SOC, I'm Chun Teck, Year 3 Information Systems student. This year, this AY, I'm running for EXCO Rep for the second term. Being an EXCO Rep means really to represent the interests of competing at the NUSU Council, where with regards to school-wide issues, which are being discussed there. And for me, I wish to continue representing the interests of competing students in that regards. Okay, so yeah, a quick intro about myself. I'm a year 3, information system student who's aspiring to be a back-end engineer. Currently working part-time intern as well. And I like doing investments and water sports to kill time and enjoy the thrills. I enjoy the thrills of it. Yeah, so a little bit of my background. In the previous AY summer, I was involved in the 3 competing camps. Back when there was still 3 camps and it was still a physical camp. Yeah, so in freshman special camp, I was a logistics director. Freshman orientation camp, volunteer, helper, and freshman orientation week, OGL. So it was a damn great experience doing something together for the benefit of freshmen and other students, and that is the reason why I also joined NUSU's Red and Flag Committee as the event organizer. Yeah, so this gives me a chance to really take part in organizing an event outside of school for the first time. Red and Flag event outside of school for the first time. The last time it was done is back in 2015 at the floating platform. It was, to summarize it, was a rather painful experience, but fulfilling, needless to say. Yeah, I learned a lot of things about myself and how to run events and to work with students, because we have to work with all the faculties and halls. Yeah, so which is why I continued to run last year, and I serve under the EXCO to represent student life. Being there to coordinate all of the EFOPs this year in NUS, and also managing the virtual Red and Flag, Student Life Fair, and Open Day Student Village. It was a rather challenging experience, but thanks to the team and the various partners, the various student leaders who supported us, I would say that all of these major FOPs and student life events were a success and quite a new stepping stone for us in US to transit to a virtual paradigm. So this year I'm running again to focus more on representing the competing students, especially during this challenging period, and also to use my experience and connections in NUSU to support the future batches in competing FOP, and also to continue to raise feedback and concerns faced by competing population to NUSU Expo and Concord NC. Yeah, so for the Exco side, I'm intending to run for I'm intending to take a step back from one of the upper management positions and to really like focus more on the competing side and uh, thus I'm also looking to explore my interest in doing admin operations. Yeah, so it's really to manage the services and logistics of Exco and to use my skills as a computing student to help improve the processes there. Yeah. So I think that's about all I have to share for the sharing session, and I'll be taking questions now.
All right. Thank you, Chun Teck. And yes, help me start the timer again. Yes, 15 minutes. So right now we'll be proceeding on to the 15 minutes Q&A section. And of course, I mean, for the first 1 or 2 minutes, if there's a silence, then we can actually have someone to propose to close the Q&A session and second the closure so that we can move on to the next candidate. Okay, so yeah, Q&A session starts now. If you have any questions, do a virtual hand raise and we will assign you based on queue to actually ask your questions live.
It seems that Sam has a question for Chun Teck. Sam.
Yep. Hello, I'm Sam, year 2 CAG. I'd like to ask Chun Teck a question. So my question to Chun Teck is, like, just curious, how are you planning to support computing more this time as compared to the last term? Like, can you please highlight like the differences? Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Sam. I think in the last sem, back and in my term as a Compose member, actually during one of our meetings with University Communication, University Infrastructure Office, I actually found out that they were starting to build a new building in computing car park lah. And I thought that it was like rather, it was something that was not communicated to the students and to our officers well. And I raised this back to the then computing president, and we actually sort of engaged with UCI to like work out some sort of remedies and solve some issues with regards to the bus stop reallocation and the various inconveniences that students will face being surrounded by a 360 construction site. Having Com3 at the side, at the left, and the car park construction at the right. I mean, back when it was still a physical learning, when everyone's still back in campus. So I think this was some of the ways that we actually could do more for computing. And I think this year around is there are like other key issues that I think we could do more to work with the NUSU Exco as an Exco rep, because in NUSU there's for every like key student interest area like academics, welfare, and facilities and everything else, SCP, there's a student leader who's taking care of this aspect, who licenses with the university. So I would like, for this term, I'll be focusing on like identifying and raising these issues to these key student leaders and working with them to resolve our computing students' pain points. Some of the key issues that I think we will face for next year is, I mean, for the next, for this AY and next sem is SCP, and also the use of computing facilities and software when we're not having like actual classes, the expected delay in Com3 due to COVID, and also the business, as mentioned, the business executive center that was being built in the car park, and also the updated timeline where it is being built. Yeah, so I think it's in this, it's rather school-wide, but I think we can raise these kind of issues to the council and NUSU Exco. Yeah.
Thank you, Chun Teck.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for the questions. Anyone else would like to ask any questions to Chun Teck? Okay, we'll give you another 30 seconds before maybe someone could propose the closure of the Q&A lah. Okay, but either way, if you have any questions, please do a virtual hand raise.
Sorry, I actually have a question, but I cannot find the I cannot find the icon for the virtual hand raise. Okay. Hi, I'm Neil. I'm a year 2 computer science student. Juntek, how is your role in the NUSU Exco, given from your experience? How is your NUSU Exco rep role different from computing role, and why do you choose to run for that instead of the NUSU role, instead of the computing role?
Yeah. So I would say, and personally, back when I was serving the Exco, actually I managed to build some relationships with the Office of Student Affairs and the various university officers. And I think it's a good place to really maintain contacts there and to raise issues to the various university administration there. So, I mean, personally, I am more familiar in that aspect. Thus, I'm running again in a sense, contribute back and raise all of these issues that I mentioned in the previous question. And also, I also am looking forward to work with the next batch of NUSU Expo to really sort of lend my experience in helping hand to guide them in this challenging transition period for COVID times. As I experience it firsthand, like managing this kind of crisis for our events and student life in NUS and the Expo. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Neil.
Okay, any other questions for Chun-Tik? Any other questions for Chun-Tik? I believe Sam, you raise your hand, right? Okay, Sam.
Yep. Hello, Shintek. Like, can I ask, what have you learned from your past term, and then what would you do differently? Apart from now, your approach is more like, focusing on your, like the computing team and giving them updated information. Like, can I ask, what would you do differently this term as compared to your last term in NUSU Exco?
Okay. I think the last term I really learned a lot about myself in, especially in a leadership position, about leading a team and trying to get the team to be really empowered in solving their own problems and stuff like that. And I think this year I'm looking to be more of a contributor and take a step back in contributing solutions and ideas and really pushing the various pain points and interests that students will have back in computing. And I think it really is to give like other people the chance to step out and take ownership of their learning and being a leader in the NUSU Exco. So I think this year my approach is really to be there to support them and to lend any advice that I have for them. when it comes to student life and FOP matters or any sort of that. Yeah.
Thank you, Chuntek.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, Sen.
I actually propose to close the Q&A.
I second the closure.
Okay, so in that case, thank you, Chuntik, for the for answering the questions, and I believe you do have quite a bit of questions that are being asked to you, so I hope that it answers and clarify with the audience. Okay, so thank you, Chuntik.
Thanks for listening.
Right. Okay, so yes, moving forward, I mean, remember, if you think that the Q&A session has been too silent for quite some time, right? Anyone in the audience can actually propose to close the Q&A and second the closure of the Q&A so that we can move on to the next candidate. All right. So that being said, now we'll be moving on to our next candidate who is contesting for the NUSU Exco representative, and the next candidate shall be Samuel Chris.
All right, give me a moment.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen and timer?
Yes, your screen and timer can be seen and you can be heard.
Okay.
Right.
You want to let me know when I can start?
You may start now.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Samuel Paul Christopher. That's my full name. Right, but let's keep it short. My name, aka Sam Chris. Most people know me as Sam Chris, but officially I have to be known as Samuel Paul Christopher. So today my presentation is going to take 4 parts, and it all has a meaning. You will see it towards the end later. All right. So the first part is I'll talk about a little bit of my history, because I'm the new kid on the block here at computing. So I'll tell you a little bit about my history. Then I'll talk about some of the opportunities that I see that we can help with in NUSU, and of course Computing Club as well. And then I'll talk about how I'm a people-oriented person, and then we'll go into that discussion. And lastly, I'll focus on my strategies for the everyday. Okay, so let's start off with like history, or actually my story, right? So bear with me, I have to tell you a little bit about myself because I'm new here. All right, so I come from a land not so far away. I come from Brunei Darussalam. So I was born in India and raised in Brunei Darussalam. So I drew a picture here of like a forest because when I came to Singapore, it's a bit of like, I feel like a village boy coming here. There's a lot of new technology, a lot of improvements in terms of public transport or like general efficiency of the society. Actually, today marks my first month and 12 days of the time when I came to Singapore. So this is actually my first year in Singapore, and I'm glad to be able to celebrate this day with you. So a little bit about what I like to do. I like content creation a lot. So these are the stuff that I did, like educational materials, workshops, videos, Instagram carousels, you name it. I find content creation and like sharing very important. And I think this is something useful. We can get into this in the Q&A, but I think this is something useful for the next academic semester as well. I also on the side, I do some freelancing stuff. So I like to, build things, like build websites, build systems. And out of that came some other benefits for the previous club that I was in. And we can talk about this later in the Q&A. But in short, this loaning system, this is one of the problems that we had at Engine Club, where people were overloaning items and like, there was no proper system to take care of this. So I created a system, a loaning system to facilitate this process, make it easier for everyone. Yeah, so this is one of the things, like, if you know me, I like to build stuff. So naturally, when I see problems, I find a way to solve it. And I think this ties me very close to the blood of computing. So last year, I invested my first year in Engine Club. So I was elected as the Vice President External in September of last year. And I oversee the leadership development, external relations, and academic affairs team. Yap Kai and Jet, they know me. We've worked together for one of the initiatives still ongoing. Hopefully we finish it soon. Yeah. So under them, each of them, we had 20 subcommittees, so around 60 people around there. Yeah. We can go into the specific roles later on if you guys want in the Q&A. Apart from that, I was also the cohort representative for computer engineering. So as you can see, I'm the bird on the left listening to people's concerns, raising their concerns for the academic class of 1920. I was the JC cohort rep and leading a team of other cohort reps as well. So we strategically gather information, and we have a way of feedbacking it to our department, as well as the necessary, professors or other point of contacts to alleviate the pains of our computing students. Okay, so that was a little bit about myself. So I'm the guy from Brunei. And so now let's talk about some of the opportunities I see in NUSU and why I'm running for NUSU Exco this year under computing. So one of the common things I would like to implement is easier communication. Now we have a long, president's message, but imagine if that could be easy to consume 1-minute video, right? Then we get the message far and wide faster. Apart from that, I would also like to propose for more transparency. So we have quick, faster updates, in a short, informal sense as well. So like, through Instagram stories or like some casual posts or like even casual emails. We have rapid updates telling the student population, what NUSU does. This can be even applied to our constituent clubs like computing club or engine club as well. Apart from that, I would like to also touch on quick rapid polls so that we can get quick sentiments from students, so that whenever we talk to senior management or middle management, right, we have quick data, we can say like, oh, we have 5,000 students here who need this, that kind of thing. And there's a common sentiment from the past outgoing the representatives as well. Apart from that, I suggest we can do collaboration posts as well to become more mainstream, right? I'm touching on the communication aspect right now, but we'll go on to other aspects as well. Guest posts is another thing, get the influencers from different places to guest post on our platform, or we, reach far and wide to post on their platform. Strategy can be explained in the Q&A as well. We can also adopt more panels, in these uncertain times. We can have live panels where students can tune in from all faculties, even computing as well, to ask the pressing questions that they have. Because, nowadays, information overload, they're swamped with emails, swamped with conflicting information from the person on the left, the person on the right. So imagine if we have like, weekly panels or bi-weekly panels where students can come and ask their questions and get answers. Okay, so the next thing, apart from communication, right? Nowadays, if you look at what's on the screen now, right, the door is getting closed. Opportunities are slowly closing. And if we don't hurry, right, the doors will close faster. But there's a way of keeping those opportunities open. Opportunities, I mean like internships for our year 3, year 4, right? Employment focus initiatives, right? The only way, foreseeable way to keep those opportunities open by the time we even graduate is to have strong strategic partnerships. I'll talk about my experience in establishing strategic partnership as well, but it's basically to hopefully guarantee some, internships for our graduating batch as well as our year 3 batch. One common way of doing this is having, understanding that different companies like to focus on different issues. So whenever in our discussions or our networking, we circle back to the issue. Like for example, some companies like sustainability, circle back to sustainability, do it one more time, and hopefully through that organic networking, we'll get keys. I've indicated here as keys to keep the doors open for our computing students as well as other students from our NUS school. Apart from that, apart from strategic partnerships, I also like to focus on a survey approach. So that we will have a more data-driven approach to all our decisions, getting surveys and sentiments on, like, for example, industry relations for now, because now a lot of people are signing 2-year internship contracts, 3-year traineeship contracts, and they may be getting abused, but they're not knowing it because of the desperate times. So we have actually rolled this out in the Faculty of Engineering, and we can apply it as well here. We can talk about it in the Q&A. But it's basically identifying areas of need in the community, right? Having a survey approach to various disciplines, and then providing solutions based on the, the data-driven results that we have. Okay, so those are some of the quick opportunities that I see in NUSU. Now let's talk about like how I'm a people person. People is like are the center of my operations. I advocate for diversity, not only gender-wise, but as well as culture, religion, and race-wise. Actually, as part of my team in Engine Club, we organize Women in STEM events. So I don't just talk, we act. So it took a lot of effort. We got a senior executive from Dow Chemical. So she's the head of diversity and inclusion. We brought her down and had a closed door sharing session with some of our top females in our Faculty of Engineering, so that we can spread, lower the barriers and also encourage people to try more things, Apart from that, I'm a big advocate for diversity and inclusion. In fact, the event that I pioneered for Engine Club this year will be featured by Office of Student Affairs under the Diversity and Inclusion grant. So we'll talk about that in the Q&A as well. But I think these principles, right, what I'm trying to say is these principles can be applied not only to Computing Club, but I think it can benefit NUSU as well. Apart from that, this year we have created an onboarding process, not only for our internal student leaders, but as well as international students. So as you can see, there's a funnel. The discovery portion is where we introduce them to our ecosystem. So I can explain the two different approaches. We have one for international students and we have one for student leaders. We can apply that both in computing as well as NUSU as well. But basically there's a discovery phase where they get introduced into the ecosystem. Once they're introduced into the ecosystem, we have like some sort of retreat, and the strategy varies, but I can get into more detail during the Q&A as well later. Apart from that, we love trainings from the top leaders of Singapore. So we've organized training for our, as part of my team, we've organized trainings for our student leaders as well. This is Dr. Michael Heng. He represented Singapore in one of the famous United States and Singapore discussions. We can get into that in the Q&A as well. But yeah, just saying that we like to do things like this, and I personally believe in this. So should I get elected, there'll be a heavy emphasis on giving back to our student leaders and giving them growth opportunities based on their personal development trajectories. Apart from that, another thing I've been working on and good to share with today is the cycle from current students to alumni. How can we get alumni to give back? That's an age-old problem that every single faculty is going through. Even NUSU is going through this. So this year, we have tried something new. I think we have figured out the way to get alumni into our ecosystem, so the entry phase. And then also once they're into the entry phase, come into our ecosystem, mingle with our current population, right? How can they get into conversation, and can it be a two-way relationship? So we've implemented something called a career wisdom series today in our Faculty of Engineering. I can elaborate more, and we can apply the principles as well far and wide. Apart from that, I also believe in bringing people to answer questions. It's not just information. So another thing we have started this year under my leadership is content creation from the students itself. So a lot of students were struggling with academics, especially during this uncertain times. So what we did is we put together a series from a year 4 engineering student who has been on the Dean's List consecutively for every semester. And we tried to break down his strategy and apply it so that people can benefit from this and learn from this as well. Apart from that, being a people person, I've learned so if I parallel this with NUSU, the sub-clubs are the constituent clubs or the other constituents below NUSU. The faculty and OSA are like middle management, or to us it's senior management. So what I'm trying to say here is I have experience dealing with people who are on the ground, and also it makes sense that I understand the sentiments from them as well, and how to communicate. There's a whole set of challenges that comes from there. But also there's the challenge of dealing with people who are above us, like the upper management. And so regarding that, we've built strong relationships with faculty and Office of Student Affairs. Strong is quantifiable. Actually, we are rolling out a new leadership program, right? In collaboration with Office of Student Affairs. They're doing it for the Faculty of Engineering as a result of our strong relationship. And I can talk about it later in the Q&A if needed. So those are I'm all about people and relationships. So I think it will be a strong strategy for NUSU as well. Lastly, it's talking about the everyday. Although there's a big there's a big overview, a big picture, we still have to focus on everyday. So should I get elected, I'll also be focusing on everyday issues, such as moderate issues for year 3 and year 4 students who are not getting the modules, but they by right have higher priority. So that's something we really need to solve. Concerns with the zoning, micro-zoning, preparing contingencies for when micro-zoning in hostels are released. What if they are phased out? We have to think of a plan for that. So that's something I'll be addressing. Apart from that, common facilities access, such as library access. A lot of FAST students are being turned away from library, and even Chuntek mentioned just now about using facilities on campus, right? Stuff like that, the bread and butter issues also will be focused on. So today I've taken you through my 4-word strategy: history, opportunities, people, and the everyday. I believe that this 4-word strategy, acronym HOPE, right? I think if we apply the same strategy to NUSU and Computing Club, I think we will reach greater heights. Focusing on what we have done in the past, recounting our steps, learning from the past, learning from history, then looking for opportunities that we can seize in the day, and then finding the right people to make things happen, and lastly, not losing sight of the everyday. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Samuel, and I hope that you will give me a chance to serve.
All right, thank you, Samuel, for sharing. Okay, and right now we'll be opening up the Q&A session to the audience. And if anyone will have any questions for Samuel, now is the next golden 15 minutes to actually ask him questions. Okay, so do a virtual hand raise, and we will schedule you to ask questions. All right. I think first up we have Sherman. Sherman, would you like to unmute yourself and introduce?
Yeah, Sherman, year 3, IS. So Sam, I just want to ask, like, since you are international student and you have been here in NUS for about a year already, so what is your experience as international student, right? Just elaborate a bit more. And what have you experienced and what would you want to effect while if elected to move into the SUESCO?
Yep. Okay. Thank you for your question, Sherman. I'm really glad that you brought it up. So as I told you, like inclusion, right, is something I'm big at, and that's the reason why I'm big at inclusion is because when I came here first in Singapore, like it's been 1 year, 1 month and 12 days, right, exactly. I came here with no background. There's nobody that I knew from Singapore, right, completely from scratch. So the first challenge was being included in communities, building that support system. So what I have implemented, like, is this funnel, right, to help students get integrated into the community, build that first circle of relationships, right, build that first circle of correct information, and then from there, I think that's where they will start succeeding. So this funnel, which will be featured by OSA soon, you guys will see it soon, but it's basically an onboarding process for international students. We have like a catered event for them, and the event features, bonding, information, some other like networking opportunities, plus a few like kits for them, like information kits curated from the students. And then the main aspect is the building a relationship part. So we've built a framework where people can get included in the community. That's the main thing that I face. Yeah. And then should I get elected as the NUSU Exco rep, one of the things that I'll be personally taking under my portfolio is the international student relations portion. And then where we will focus heavily on, like, not only implementing this for engineering, because it worked for engineering, it was our pilot program. So now we will see how else we can benefit the other communities as well. Apart from that, I've also built strong relationships. You can verify this with OSA. I've built strong relationships with the incoming ICARE president. So we know what's going on the ground, like immediate feedback we can get. And also the strong relationships with the different communities, like the Vietnamese community, the Indonesian community, the Malaysian community, the Indian community, and so on. So we have contacts with their leaders. And so any issues, right, now that are related to engineering, because that's under my current purview, right? So I don't want to intervene in others, but since any issues that come under engineering, we will get an alarm very quick and we can act fast. And it's not like a office initiated act. They won't like, guys, can you help? That kind of thing. We know first as well. So we've built that cycle now, and it's like a framework that will continue at Engine Club, but I hope this inclusion can be transferred to the other faculties as well. Does that answer your question, Sherman?
Yes, but I have an additional question to ask.
Yes.
Okay, so as you may or may not be aware, I'll share this to the rest of the audience here. Computing faculty has one of the highest proportions of international students, local students. So my question for Sam is, what would be your barometer, or how would you consider that? How would you consider your initiatives to be a success? Like,
Okay.
what are your metrics?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Sherman. I think everything is measurable, right? So the first thing is, if we talk about like this onboarding cycle, right? The first like retreat is the camps. So we have to keep measuring the success rate of the camps, how many international students come into the site ecosystem. So that's the portion. But then before that, to attract more people, you need to get into their communities. Their communities have their own different onboarding systems. So once they are part of the Faculty of School of Computing's onboarding system through the like camps, so we can measure that based on, have the number of international students who participate in this camp and stay in our ecosystem become increased. Like this year we bid it for Engine Club. So I think it works like this process. And apart from that, if you want to see it in a more like long-term view, right, you can judge it based on your, your student leaders community. What proportion of your student leaders come from the minorities? And once they have that, you can go through the subcommittees. Then once the student leaders are sorted, right, then you can check out the other clubs. Yeah. Then see what proportion of students are participating in the clubs are from the minority groups or the international student group. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sam and Sherman. Sherman, I hope he answered your question. Did he? Right. Okay. Yes. Now we still have a queue. So can we have Su Min? Su Min, you have a question for Samuel?
Yeah, hi Samuel, I'm Su Min. I'm year 2 computer science student and I'm the VPSO of Computing Club. So thank you for your presentation. Like I could see you have really put in a lot of effort into your slides and like you really have a lot of leadership experience and a lot of ideas in mind. And okay, my question to you is a little bit more straightforward. So I'd like to ask, what is your rationale behind running for NUSU Exco Rep under computing and not engine? Since you have served engineering club for the past year and you're, I believe you'll be like more familiar with the needs of the engineering club students rather than the computing club students. So as opposed to the other two Exco Rep candidates, Chuntek and Karan, who have like represented computing club in the past NUSU Council, what are your plans for computing club students specifically?
Yep. Thank you, Sumin, for your question. I'm so glad you brought it up. All right. Firstly, I'm not alien to the computing community, right? So I oversee the computer engineers for my cohort and the incoming one as well. So we are aware of the like computer engineering students' concerns. So I'm the cohort rep for the computer engineering people. So I think we have a rough sensing of what's going on as well. Secondly, I think technology is going to be the epicenter of the next shift, especially now and the next semester, just before the next AY, right? I think technology will have a pretty big impact on not only computing club in general, but I think computing can help the other clubs with technology. And as you can see, I think I've shown that I love technology as well, and I love to use technology to help people. So one of the things we implemented during my term was a loaning rental system, right? And that solved the need within the within the engineering club. So I hope now, right, I can serve the computing club and then understand what are the different issues that you guys are facing on an organizational level, because I've not been directly inside the organization, whereas the other two have. And I hope they have contributed not only information, but actual solutions to your organizations. But then for me, right, I feel my test run and engineering club, the onboarding process or the leadership development, all that, right? I think it's very translatable to the computing student leaders. So I hope that you agree that that experience can be translated easily. But now we come to understanding the computing student population, right? That's the second concern. Will I be able to understand the computing student population? But I think it's not a one-man effort also. So all of us, we're working together to understand the population. It's just we come together, discuss what we all have found, and then we come up with a solution. It's no one man that provides the, the feedback, or nobody can claim to say I know 90% of the computing population wants to do this based on their own research. Am I right? Yeah. So I think it's the same for me. I think I'm willing to put in the effort. I'm willing to network with people. I've tried networking with engineering, so I have learned some stuff. So I think I can willing to network with more computing students and then help to alleviate those concerns and provide real solutions, not only just information, right? But solutions simple as systems like this, right? If it helps the club, I think I'm willing to do it. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Sumin?
Hi, yeah. So thank you for your answer. So I could see that so basically your main rationale behind running under computing is so that because you have already experienced the engineering side, so now you like to like network inside the computing club and then help out in the computing side as well. So in that case, like have you had like have you heard any stories about like the problems that computing students are facing at the moment? Because if you're running for NUSU Exco Rep, then like I'm sure you have some like ideas in mind that like the difficulties that computing students face and like how you're going to help these students through like joining NUSU Exco.
Okay. Yep. I think like a common concern. Thank you for bringing up the question. A common concern is like the the change of information and all that. And I think the faculty of School of Computing, I think, is doing a good job. We're doing all those briefing sessions and all that. So I think that's in terms of information, I think that's good. So I think like maybe finding ways to consolidate this information, like since there are like briefings from various sources, maybe it would be good to consolidate the information, especially during this like multiple changing times. And then maybe that's one thing original that I can say. But then regarding what I've heard from other people, right, of course, it's like those common things where like, the facilities can't be used, but then they still need to use facilities, those kind of things. And then those year 3 and year 4 not getting the actual modules when they need to. Then there are some people who like take different modules, but are not allowed to bypass, like, how do I say, like, for example, a statistics module, right? And then they take a different module, but they're not allowed to map it for the 3K module, even though it's like statistics. So finding information like that, yeah. Then bigger changes, right? Bigger issues is navigating like what Chuntek brought up. I think that's the biggest issue that we can navigate is the infrastructure problem, right? There was like information gap somewhere. So we need to ensure that that doesn't happen between the student leaders. Yeah. But I agree that I need to do more research, and I'm willing to do more research should I get elected through the right platforms that are authorized by the computing club and the management committee. Based on that, and willing to work on solutions.
Thanks for your answer. I think there are more questions, so I'll use like.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for the question, and thanks Sam for answering it. So we have two more questions from Vinod and Karan. Can we have Karan to go first?
Actually, you can let Vinod go first.
Vinod. Okay, Vinod, please.
Okay. Hi. Sam Chris, this is Vinod. Thank you for your presentation. So I just wanted to clarify this point you mentioned earlier. You talked about how you had experience talking to the CEG students and therefore you understand the population. But the thing is actually the CEG students actually make up a segment of our population only. So compared to the other two candidates who have actually involved themselves quite extensively in our community club activities, don't you think that puts you at a disadvantage when it comes to understanding the community that you're supposed to represent?
Thank you for your question, Vinod. I think you raised a very valid point. Yeah, so if we are focusing on the point of experience, right? Experience with the current population. Of course, the candidates are at least outweigh me by a year, right? Nobody can refute that. But I think you have to also point to the solutions that they came up with as well, right? You can't just like talk about the gap in experience without pointing out the solution. And I think they will point it out later when they question. Yeah. So of course, I do not claim to understand the entire population. I claim to understand the CEG population for year 2 and year 1, the incoming. All right. So then, as I mentioned, yes, more research is needed to understand the population. But I don't think my experience, like, with the population, cannot be filled. You know what I mean? With more research and with more like doing more public relations, understanding like what problems you guys are facing and all that. I think like you should consider other part of the experience as well, right? The transferable experience that will benefit the other aspects of the students, not only like the understanding part. Of course, the understanding part, we can work on like, with more surveys, more public relations. Even you guys may have, found some burning problems, right? That we need to address, and we can definitely work on that. So like, I understand that I must do more research and like, in order to understand the population better. But I think that's a given. Like the concerns from like maybe last semester are different from the concerns this semester. Don't you agree? So the concerns for last year or last 2 years are different, vastly different from what they are now. So that's why I think like this is an opportune time for me to come in like with a fresh perspective and then fresh eyes, not only from new to the management committee, but from a different faculty as well. Then we can see if we even have cross-faculty collaboration to solve the problems at a greater scale. Yeah.
Okay.
Vinod, I hope that answered the question. If not, please clarify, follow up.
Vinod, did he answer the question?
Okay. I do have another question as well to follow up
Right.
on it.
Hang on. Before we continue, right? I think the Q&A session is left with I think about 15 more seconds. Could someone propose a second extension of Q&A if you all would want to ask more questions?
Okay, I propose to extend.
Neil, year 2 Com Science, proposed to extend.
Okay, the Q&A will be extending. So we'll extend for a maximum of the next 15 minutes. If in case there's any, I mean, if it ends earlier, then of course someone will have to propose to close and second the closure, right? So Vinod, you may proceed with the second question, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for your answer earlier on, Sam. So just another question. So the thing is, your experience in Engine Club actually puts you in a very, very good position to represent them as an EXCO member at Engine Club. If you really wanted to really understand the student population in computing, wouldn't an MC position, a management committee position, be a better choice for you? And then after 1 year of experiencing us, understanding population here, and then you represent us as EXCO rep the following year, wouldn't that be a better path for you?
Thank you very much for your question, Vinod. I think you asked a great question. So like regarding that, right, understanding population and then running. So like my main running for NUSU EXCO, right, is not only to deal with like understanding population. It's a multifaceted decision, right? So apart from understanding population of computing and then trying to help the computing population and also serve the computing management committee, right, to the best of my ability, I'm also looking at opportunities to serve NUSU as well. So like communication-wise, like the past few slides, communication-wise and then strategic partnerships-wise, right? And this initiative will not only benefit computing, but I think will benefit all like faculties. Apart from strategic partnerships, I think like a more data-driven approach and all that, like the frameworks that I think we have pioneered and all that can be applied across the faculties. And I think like especially now, like my main focus, right? My main focus, if you ask me, my main focus, should I get elected into NUSU, is employability. So okay, fourfold, like if you want my entire plan, I think need to be clear to clarify, right? So international student relations, employability, housing, and then internal communications. Those are the three that I hope to help in NUSU. And also, right, regarding like, you know, why NUSU? Because, for example, let's just say you do a strategic partnership. I'm not sure if you have experience like with external companies, right? But just in general, for those who are unsure, it's like, so for me, if I represent like for computing, right, I only allowed a certain area, a certain barrier, you know, for strategic partnerships. But then if you're on a NUSU level, right, you can benefit like everyone because your barrier is not only limited to like, you know, one faculty. Like one initiative can benefit multiple people because you have access to the multiple like people that are across. Then regarding understanding the engineering population, yep, I don't claim to understand the engineering population as well. It's the same, like what the concerns are last semester are different from the concerns now. So same thing I think can be applied in computing. Like I'm willing to do the effort, willing to do the legwork and like work with the management committee. I don't claim to know everything as well. So I'm pretty sure that the management committee, outgoing and also incoming, as well as the elected EXCO reps, will be able to identify key issues at that point, right? And I also believe like in stale data. I don't think people are willing to work off stale data, especially for serious decisions. So if we want to work on real solutions, right, regardless of the understanding of the population in the current moment, you need to reevaluate at like a reasonable timeline, right, that is updated. If you want to propose real solutions, I would say, yeah. So I think like the understanding population, yes, I like experience understanding population, and to not deny that, I don't claim to know everything, but I think, and I know when we want to implement solutions, we need to reevaluate the feedback and bring the numbers on board. And that reevaluation has to be present. So when we do that, right, I'm willing to put in the extra effort, you know, to go expand my network, talk to more people, see areas that the management committee wants me to focus on as well, and do that. And regarding helping the computing faculty, right, as I mentioned, technology is the epicenter of the next change. And I will ensure I'll try my best to give the computing students, right, like consult them before we make decisions, right? To represent them, I need to consult the management committee as well. Then once we get a consensus, then only I will make my decision. I'm as I mentioned, I'm a people person. I do not make decisions out of my own like volition, right? The goal here is to represent the population, and I think I'm experienced representing the population, putting my own desires, wants, and needs aside, right? Like with my experience as a cohort rep as well, right? Putting my own difficulty aside, right? Understanding what is good for the greater people by not only basing on my personal experience, which I think nobody should do, but basing it on everybody's collective consensus on what we should do for the population, and then we move forward. I hope that answers your question, Vinod.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. But due to time constraints, I think I'll hold back my last question.
Okay, thank you, Vinod.
Okay, thanks, Vinod. We have another question, I think, by Karan, and we are left with 9 minutes for this Q&A segment. So let's keep it, I would say, concise and straight to the point, all right? So, Karan, please.
Thank you. So hi, Chris. Sam Chris, my question to you is based on something that I've heard from other people who have been asking me. So some people tell me that you're using basically the privilege of CEG, which are part of engineering and computing at the same time, to allow the engineering candidates who are running for Exco Rep in Engine to run uncontested. So you're basically using this privilege to run in computing instead of Engine to allow that to happen. So I understand you've been explaining that it doesn't matter that you don't have experience. But my question to you is, what do you say to these people who believe that you're basically just making way for other people to go through Engine?
Okay, thank you for your question, Karan. I think you raised a really good question, right? First of all, I'd like to clarify, I don't say like my lack of experience means nothing, right? I like to reiterate that I don't claim to know everything. So I'm willing to learn, right? And I don't discount your experience. It's valuable, right? So second thing is like, I think we all are here to serve, all right? So I think right now, like on a personal note, if you want to reveal my personal like intentions, right? It's to learn more about the computing population. I've not been, you can ask Yapkai and Jet, I've only had like a conversational and project-based approach with them. So I've not really like we've tried to like, come up with like these panel discussions and all that, like the topics for what the computing students will like. And like, to be honest, I wasn't really able to give a good answer. I was relying more on Yapkai and Jet to help me for stuff like that. But so on a personal note, I feel like I should learn more about computing. And I feel also like we can harness the energy of computing, because like the technology phase right now is very, I think nobody would disagree, like it's going to be the epicenter of the next semester at least. And I think like solutions coming out from computing can benefit the entire population. Not saying engineering cannot, but I'm saying computing at this point can benefit much more people. So I think like being in the ecosystem, like being exposed to that kind of culture, right, of being able to help people and like produce solutions fast, I think like it will make a better impact. I think like I hope to serve like more people, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so like a short summary of what I just said. Basically, I think serving in computing right now is more relevant than serving in engineering. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karan, for the question. And let's see if we have any other people who want to ask Samuel any questions, please. Okay, remember, if you would like to ask questions, do raise up your hand, I mean virtually, so that we can put you in the question queue.
I propose to close the Q&A.
Wait, I have a question. Actually, as co-host, I can't raise hands, so I'll just ask my question. Yeah. Hi, I'm Neil, year 2, computer science student. Actually, I think all your points that you've mentioned in the presentation, right, a lot of them are very valid in terms of the ideas that you brought forth. So I think I'm very glad that you have a lot of ideas for improving Computing Club. But at the same time, I'd like to ask, how are you going to balance being a NUSU Exco Rep and also helping out Computing Club with these ideas that you've proposed? There's a lot of them, by the way.
Yeah, understood.
And also your academics.
Yeah.
And also any other interest groups that you have. Yeah. So how are you planning to balance all this is my question.
Yep. Thank you very much, Neil, for bringing that up. I think you raised a very valid concern, right? I think like my answer for you would be like shooting to the moon, you hit the stars or something like that. Like you aim far, you hit like a little bit less. If you ask my teams, if I scroll up back to my teams in the engine club, right? I like to get deep and involved in their personal growth and like their personal initiatives, trying to understand them and all. So I think like being positioned in a large team, right? Like you can imagine this large team as separate. Of course, there are more weight. Nusu versus competing club is a more weight scenario. But I think like if I were to balance, right? Of course, if I get elected, the main purpose is to voice out the competing concerns to Nusu. So that's the first thing. So if I were to prioritize priorities, the first thing is to be able to understand what the management committee sees is fit to do, and then also gaining feedback. The next thing, right, second priority is to help other faculties. So that is, should I get elected, right, is to do initiatives as like staggered. Don't do everything at once. So I've learned also you cannot do everything at once. Like I'm pragmatic. I'm presenting all the ideas just for Q&A, like when we need to. Yeah. So I'll execute on like a priority basis. I don't know if you know the concept of a wish list, right? You pick like the one thing that you need first to implement, and then implement the rest. So I'll implement one by one. Logically, right, I think my main focus would be employability. So if you ask me like what's the one thing that I'll implement, right, I would say like my main focus would be on strategic partnerships to increase secure hopefully strategic employability agreements with like different companies so that we can secure places for our year 3 and year 4 hopefully. Yeah. Then regarding other commitments, right, I'm not really committed to anything else. I'm still the cohort rep. I'm not heavily involved in the event organization, but I'm heavily involved in the feedback aspect. So that experience, like it overlaps with the competing one. So I don't see it as a separate separate commitment. Then apart from that, I'm not really committed to anything else. Yeah. So should I get elected, my main focus will be to firstly voice out the management committee's concerns and as well the student feedback. Secondly is to implement the strategic partnerships employability aspect. Yeah. And of course, I'd just like to remind everyone that this is not a one-man show. So of course, we'll be having teams and directors. So the main thing is to recruit the people who are passionate in the areas that I would like to forward, right, and champion. And then once you put the teams in place, I think like, of course, an advisory role or executionary role based on the need at the present moment will be determined. But I think as a team, like collectively, if I recruit the right people and like have a strong team, I think we can do this together. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Neil, for the question. Hope that answers it. I think we have one more question from Sumin.
Yep.
Sumin, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi,
Okay,
Sam.
so now we are left with 2 minutes on this Q&A. So if we could, let's keep it concise so that we can close it. If not, we have to extend it, all right?
Yeah, so hi, Sam. I'm asking another question. Yeah, thank you so much for like answering our question. Yeah, I can really see that like you have put a lot of thought into it, and then you have a lot of ideas for like helping other people, and like we really appreciate that. Yeah, my question to you is because the role that you're running for specifically now is a Nusu Exco rep for computing club.
Yes.
So actually, I'll say that your main role as a Exco representative of computing club would be to represent the computing population and to help out more on the computing side rather than like how to say, like helping other faculties through representing computing club, if you get what I mean. Because I think a lot of points you mentioned just now was about how, because now it's like a very like tech-centered society, so it'll be better if you can represent computing club, and it'll be better for you to represent computing club and help other faculties. But since you're running for a position that's supposed to represent computing club, then yeah, I would think that maybe like your main focus should be on helping computing club students instead. So like could you give us like one idea you have in mind to like help computing club students specifically by representing them in the Nusu Council?
Okay, so you're asking me if like if I have initiatives for the computing club that do not impact Nusu, am I correct?
Okay, my question to you is like,
Yeah.
do you have any initiatives in mind that you can push out as a representative of computing club in the NUSU Council that is targeted specifically to help out in the computing club side, to like help computing club students?
Okay. Okay. So, Yup, Kai, the
Yeah,
timer is
the
giving
timer
me
is running. We
anxiety,
have left
bro.
with 24 seconds. So can we have a proposal in the seconder to extend the Q&A if you want to continue the question? Any
Okay,
proposal in seconder?
can I use?
Karan proposed to extend the Q&A for
Okay,
this question.
seconder.
Shimon, second.
Okay, the Q&A shall extend for the last time for this segment itself. You'll be granted another 15 minutes extension. So, but of course, along the way, right, if there are no more questions, say sometime in the halfway mark, then someone can propose to close the Q&A session and second the closure. Okay, Sumin, carry on.
Yep. Okay. So Sumin's question was, Sumin, please correct me if I'm wrong, right? If I understand correctly, is there any initiatives that I can push for NUSU to benefit only computing students? Am I correct?
No, because a lot of ideas
Yeah.
that you mentioned just now was mainly about like how, because it's a tech-centered society and because like computing is all about tech. So like by representing computing club in the NUSU Council, you can benefit more faculties in NUS. Was that like my correct interpretation? Like could you correct me if I'm wrong?
Micro. Okay, I don't see how it's like separated, like because like for example, if you're a NUSU, right, the main thing is you have to benefit the other faculties. Am I correct? Like you can't get into NUSU. I should rather run for computing MC if I want to only benefit computing. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. So I don't understand the premise of the question. Of course, I'm directed to help like the computing, but I don't think like you should. Of course, there are certain issues that faculties face, only faculties face, that we raise to NUSU to solve for the faculty, you know what I mean? But it's not like NUSU's job is not to do only for computing.
Yes,
But my role as a person, right,
Hmm.
is to be part of the, like, you know, I'm not legally part of the MC, but I'm supposed to support you guys. So like, of course, I'll propose, like, you know, I think if you ask me, like right now, because I don't really like know the like actual needs that you guys are focusing on. For me, I'll focus more on the MC side, you know, the onboarding process, and also for the international students, transferring the onboarding process for them. If it hopefully it works here, that kind of thing. Yeah, but in NUSU, like from my understanding, is you should benefit like everyone also, but of course there will be extra effort to support the computing MC internally lah, but not.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase my question.
Yeah.
I didn't get across my idea properly. So,
Yeah.
because like the reason why I mentioned this was because like when I asked my first question just now, like about why you were running under computing club instead of engine club, I felt like your answer didn't really like answer my question.
Okay.
Because, as a representative of computing club, you should understand the needs of the computing club students first before you even reach out to like the whole NUS community, because your role is a representative of computing club.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say that because you have been a VP for Engine Club in the past year,
yeah,
your role is more suitable for the representative of Engine Club rather than Computing Club. So yeah, with this in mind, like okay, not really an initiative. So like, do you have any ideas of how you can kind of like help address some of like the computing club students' problems by being a NUSU Exco representative?
Okay, so like the concept of like bread and butter issues, which is like things like, you know, the moderate allocation or like facilities not being available to be used, right? I think those things like transcend borders, and there's definitely things that outweigh in computing that I may not be aware of because I'm not legally allowed to know those kind of things, right? So like, should I get elected? First thing to do is to understand like what the management committee feels need to be addressed. Then based on that, we have to like, you know, reevaluate the find a formal way of getting feedback. I don't know how you guys get formal feedback, but then for us it's through like large surveys. So like to understand, like basically prove the feedback, you know what I mean? I think the first step is to prove the feedback before you make initiatives or like try anything. So the step of proving the feedback, I don't think we can ignore the step of proving the feedback, right? Of course, you say like, you know, my experience is more like catered to engineering and all that. But I think like if you just base it on solely experience alone, like nobody would ever be for the first time qualified to like, unless like they are really inside, you know, like Shuntek and Karan, like they're doing it for the second time. So like, I don't claim to know everything, but I feel like there's going to be a process. There should be a process by right to verify the feedback, a data-driven approach to verify the feedback that the computing population has before we make any decisions. So I think like at that point is where we get to really know the, like, regardless of like how everybody feels, right? We cannot push for any initiatives without having the data to support that. Regardless if you've been here for 1 year and all that, unless you have like the data that's valid, right? Like maybe 6 months valid, those kind, then only you can actually push for data and like say this is real feedback. Or else like when you go present it to other people, they will question you like, you know, how is this supported? That kind of thing. So what I'm trying to say is, even though I've not like been here for 1 year, I've only been in NUS, I've only been in Singapore for 1 year, right? I think like when we reevaluate the feedback at this next interval, right? I think that is when the true feedback will be formed, if that makes sense. Like, so I'm willing to like help to gather that true feedback and support it with evidence before we make a decision.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Neil,
thank
year
you.
2 Com Science, propose to close the Q&A.
I second the closure.
Okay, in that case, thank you for all the questions. We will close the Q&A for Samuel. Samuel, yes. So basically, the Q&A for Samuel has extended twice, and right now we'll be moving on to the next candidate. Okay. So speaking of which, we have the final candidate for the Nusu Exco representative, and that will be Karan. He will be sharing his campaign speech. Okay, Karan, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, your screen can be seen, can hear you as well. Please carry on.
Okay, hello. My name is Karan Sarat, and basically I'm running for Nusu Exco representative for computing. And I'd like to thank everyone who has taken their time to come and listen to all our speeches, and I hope you will learn more about myself and my platform to give you the confidence to vote for me. The website I'm sharing with you right now can be found at bit.ly/KaranSarat, and I'll be updating it more closer to the event to add on to my manifesto. So I just want to share more about myself. So basically, if you go into my portfolio, you can see like basically what I've been doing over the past 2 years. And how I started during my freshman orientation period was that I had the pleasure of joining freshman social camp in 2018. And honestly, this is the moment where I decided that I wanted to take up a strong leadership role in NUS, specifically under computing. The camp was so well planned, and it really made me feel like part of the SOC family straight away. And after the camp, I decided that I wanted to join the organizing committee. So as you can see, I was the vice project director for freshman social camp in 2018. And I handled most of the administrative stuff, but also publicity and marketing. And honestly, I've never done those things before, but it was really fun. And what made it great was the SOC family and my committee, and getting to know all the wonderful people in SOC. And after all of this was done, I went on to do Nusu Rank Flag. I also did OGL for freshman orientation camp, so the second camp after freshman social camp. And I was also a photographer for freshman orientation week. So just like Juntek, I also participated in all 3 camps. And after freshman orientation week was basically Rank Flag. So I was the vice project director, internal for the Nusu Rank Flag. So I was the one who created the plans and everything so that we can bring this event out to the public. And I would like to take this opportunity also to explain what Rank Flag is, because a lot of people just think it's a go there, dance, have fun kind of event. but basically we are looking to raise funds for charities all across Singapore, and the funds that we raise actually constitute a significant budget of each charity, and basically the performances that we put up are to show our appreciation to our donors and thank them for donating to us. And for example, in my year, just by the rec day itself, we raised about 20K worth of funds for the charities on top of our flag days. So this year, I'm also going to share more about Rec Flag 2020. Yeah. So the reason I joined as vice project director for this was that when I was a freshman, I tried to join competing rec, but unfortunately I had internship, so I couldn't really make time for that. So instead I volunteered for NUSU Rec 2018's organizing committee, and I helped them with the execution of the event. And when I spoke to the event organizers there, I understood that some parts of what NUSU really does and what its role is in the NUS community. And I've got to be honest with you. NUSU as an organization is really too large to understand what it does in a casual conversation. And I admit that even while I was in the NUSU Rec committee, I honestly didn't understand what NUSU really did until much later. So as I recap, I did Vice Project Director for FSC, then I did NUSU Rec VPD Internal. And then I also was part of a competing sports committee under the MC. I was part of the organizing committee for the Sports Carnival. That was quite fun. Unfortunately, I still don't have my t-shirt, so if anybody got extra, please give me. Apart from that, I was also part of the EMCC crew. So it's basically a production crew in NUS, and I was the president of the crew. So what we did was, actually I wasn't president of the crew yet, but during the May elections, I ran and I successfully became the president. And honestly, this is one of the other reasons which made me want to join NUSU Exco last year, because it really taught me how a professional organization should run, because my crew was under the Center for the Arts and we worked with a lot of dance groups and so on and so forth. And what I realized is that the way a lot of student organizations run, it's not efficient, to say the least. Maybe it's because we all study a lot and so on and so forth. But there's definitely a lot of ways in which we can really rethink what we're doing and ask ourselves, just because we've been doing this all the time, is it really what we want to do again, right? I think a lot of student leaders don't really ask themselves this question. And so this is one of the reasons I joined, because I wanted to always ask this question. And those people who have been with me in council will know that my main job there is just go there and ask people questions like, why are you doing this? Because sometimes it's not necessary or not the best way to do things. Yeah. Yeah, I lost track a bit there, but never mind. I think I just want to share a bit about what students expect from student leaders, right? I think a few things that students expect are humility and honesty from their student leaders. I've learned that it's okay to not have all the answers, and that all that people really expect is that you be transparent with them and make them feel that your words are not empty and you are acting in their best interest. My biggest challenge in student leadership in NUS so far has been communication. And the reason it has been so is because all my events and so on and so forth that I've worked in, the communication is across hundreds of people usually. And this is something I've never experienced before. And it was extremely, extremely challenging. You have to keep it in your head, keep remembering that not everybody is privy to the same information that you do on a daily basis. That the average student doesn't get to hear everything that you get to hear from NUS officers, senior administration, other clubs, for example. And after a while, you can really forget about that and expect students to understand things that they have no reason to understand. And so that was one of the first things that I really learned about how to rephrase rethink the way I'm phrasing things, so that the average student can understand. And it's actually a skill that I thought it should be easy to do, but it's not. Yes, and Yeah. Apart from that, going back to my experience in Nusu Rec, the reason I actually ran for Nusu Exco Rep, the final reason is that I felt quite disgruntled against the union. I felt that the way they handled Nusu Rec in 2019 was not what they should have done. That they didn't give me the support, even though it was such a milestone project, and the limited help offered from the appointment holders was quite miserable. So this is the reason I really wanted to go into Nusu to try and do my own bit to change how things are being run and question how things are being run. So I successfully ran for the same position that I'm running for today. However, I'm trying for a higher office this time. So I'll just explain a bit about what Nusu Exco actually does for those people, students here who are not aware. So Nusu Council is the one that I'm basically running to join, right? Nusu Council is a legislative body. So basically we bring up topics and then we vote on them. And it's not binding or anything, but it's basically what we all agree to do. And there's some power in that, especially when it comes to the senior administration, because we are, as Nusu Council, basically represent all students in NUS. And they also vote to elect the Nusu president and other key appointment holders. So apart from that, I also have a portfolio in Nusu Exco. So I was the chairperson of Nusu Rank and Flag. And this is a new role which I created when, as a result of my anger at Nusu. So basically the idea was that, it doesn't make sense because we always market Rank and Flag as a single event, but then we end up having two separate projects. So I created this role for myself to chair and bring together this event. And due to this, I managed to cut about 50% of the committee size. And we tried to really make sure that everybody has something that they have to do and they do it well. And how can we manage these things? So it's all about how do we structure an organization at a micro level. Another thing I really wanted to do, as I highlight here, is that I wanted to increase our fundraising efficiency. So in my year, when I was in organizing RAC, our fundraising efficiency was about 50%, meaning that the cost of fundraising is about 50% of what we raise. And I wanted to bring that down to a more respectable 30%, which is what most charities in Singapore follow. And that's something that I think we are quite close to hitting this year under my leadership. And I'm also very proud to say that despite the pandemic, we have already managed to raise over $100,000 towards community chest to support the charities that I mentioned. And really proud of my team for managing to make it work, and despite all the restrictions in place. And donations are still open, so if you want to donate, please go down to the link and go ahead. It's been, as I mentioned, it's been extremely difficult to fundraise for pandemic-related causes. And you can read more about it on the website. And I think what I want to really highlight regarding my platform, right, is that continuity is what I really want to highlight. So, hold on. Yeah, I think that continuity in leadership is very underrated. And I feel that I represent this continuity. Through my experiences in Com Club and Nusu Exco, this year, the reason I aspire to hold a higher office is that during these uncertain times, I think students want to count on a steady hand in Nusu. And in such trying times, I want you to choose me to hear your doubts and aspirations and believe that I will act in your best interest. One thing is for sure, there's more to be gained by speaking up than by staying silent. And above all, you know that this year we are likely welcoming 8 new faces into our management committee. And I need you to know that during these times that there is someone there with experience to guide and help them achieve their goals, whatever goals that they want to achieve, to advise them when the previous MC are busy doing whatever they want to do, and to show them how they can best serve the student population. With my experience serving all students, how they can best serve competing students. My platform is hence this, elect me to ensure consistency, to assure yourselves that your academic and student welfare is taken care of, and that I will speak up to NUS when students need me to. My platform also incorporates a broader goal, of investing growth into Computing Club, which is something I think Computing Club can really work on. And as extension also NUSU, it's my same platform for what I want to do in NUSU. You can read more about it in my manifesto later on. But basically, in NUSU, I want to run for the financial secretary position. And my aim is to revitalize and upgrade our infrastructure during a year where, you know, the budget that's usually allocated to projects and events, physical events, can be translated into investment into tools for communicating and collaborating with students, making it easier to collect feedback from students, and making the process of administrating a club easier, because there's no point doing so much paperwork when all the time when we have things to study, you know, we still got things to do. And I think these are things that we have the resources this year, and with me, we have the time to really push for bigger change. I hope that my recounting of my experiences in the past and what I can do for you in the future has inspired your confidence to vote for me. My contact information can be found in the website, or you can search my name, Karan Sarat, in Instagram or Telegram. And do contact me if you have feedback on my platform, or if you have any ideas that you want me to take up. And I got to say that apart from this, there's this one more thing that I would like to push for strongly. I hope the management committee can support me in this, and that is to expand social service, the push for social service in computing. So I think computing has a very nice platform through which they can organize more social service engagements and so on and so forth. But I think we can really expand this, because this is something that, firstly, it helps bring together students, like international students and our local students together to do something. But honestly, I think this is something I've already been trying to push for across NUSU. But it feels good to at least start from within what I consider my home faculty. So I hope I can speak more with the new MC if I'm elected to work on that. Thank you, and I'll take any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Karan, for the presentation. Right now, we'll be opening up the floor to opening up the questions to the floor. Yes, so we have the first person to ask questions. Sam.
Yep.
Sorry, Karan, can you restart your timer? 15 minutes, please. Okay, Sam.
Hello, I'm Sam, year 2, and I'm doing computer engineering. Thank you, Karan, for your presentation. So I think I wanted to ask, like, so that the entire population knows as well, like, from your past terms as your EXCO rep, right? Can you please point out, like, maybe like 3 things that you have done based on the feedback on the students to impact the computing students as well while you were in NUSU? Thank you, Karan.
Okay, thank you for your question. I would say that I've highlighted some stuff in my manifesto as well, but I would say one thing that I can highlight would be the thing that Chutek also mentioned, which was the executive center. As you all know, Chutek, he had a higher appointment. He was part of the Big 8 lah. So I was the one who did a lot of the groundwork to make sure that when UCI or the University Campus Infrastructure Office, they did such a thing, which is to allocate a part of what is considered computing faculty to building a new building that does not serve our students, that they should at least consult us and make sure that this sort of thing never happens again in NUS, not just for computing, but for any other building. And what we did make clear to UCI was that when it doesn't matter what the purpose of the building is, their reasoning was that because the building is not for students, then we don't need to consult students. But we made it clear that anything that you do in NUS affects students, right? They're going to relocate the bus stop. What we did was that we made sure that the bus stop is at a convenient place near Com1, and we also made sure that they're going to build additional shelters to connect to the bus stop as well as to the FASS deck. And these are things that can potentially mitigate disturbance to the students. And another thing that I would like to highlight is that is part of my platform in terms of investment, right? So I believe that based on the feedback that I've started getting from students and that I've been using in consulting with them over the past year, is that we need to start pushing NUS to begin upgrading Com1 and Com2. And this is something that I've also been speaking to NUS officers with for a while now. And I believe that there is a strong reason to do so. And I believe that NUS will also be willing to work with us. And this is something that I would like to work with the next MC on, to get feedback, to see whether this is really what NUS students want, and gather the solid data so that we can show NUS that this needs to happen and how we want them to want it to happen. And the reason I'm saying this for people who don't understand is that while Country is being built, it's not really a building for the average undergraduate, right? It mainly, while it has the canteen, the other office spaces there are mainly for staff and research labs and so on and so forth. So you're not going to see much change in, like, where you're going to have your tutorials and so on and so forth. And look at the state of our seminar rooms, look at the state of our lecture rooms, lecture theaters, for example. And as I think I wrote there, like, we moved into this building in 2007, and it hasn't really seen much upgrade since then. And I really want to have new facilities that facilitate self-study, group discussion, for example. So all these are things that have been raised to me by students. Yeah, I hope this answers the question.
Follow up, I think, like the same, yeah, because I think you mentioned the word potentially, as well as gathering the solid data, I quote, gathering the solid data, then I end quote, to show the senior management like the decision has been made, or like that the students want it, right? So the like potentially and also gathering the data is also future tense. It means like the data has not been gathered yet, right? So I do not want to harp on that, but then I'd like to ask, like, is there anything in the past that you have actually gathered data on and actually implemented for the students? If not, can you please elaborate on the strategy that you have for gathering the data and giving those numbers to the students? Yeah, just trying to understand like the representation aspect. Yeah.
Sure. I think to really clarify what I did, or what was my role with the previous MC, right? It's very different from what either one of us will have to do for the current MC, because the previous MC, they have leaders in there that are experienced, that they understand what is going on, and they know what needs to be done, right? So basically, my role with the MC right now is that what are their goals? What do they want to do? And I do things that will facilitate achieving that goal. So for example, if they have, especially since my portfolio in NUSU was student life, especially if they have issues that they raise regarding orientation, for example. I can't remember exactly what issues were raised, but basically my idea was that whenever you come find me for any issues that you have, anything that, like let's say, I believe Sherman, he had issues communicating with Sentosa regarding something. And what I did was I used my position in NUSU to contact the director at Sentosa to make sure that any issues between computing and Sentosa was resolved. A lot of minor stuff all through the year, so your day-to-day stuff. But with regards to collecting data, etc., for day-to-day things, in my experience, Computing Club does a very good job with what they have. My platform here is to advocate for what they don't have, which is the resources and tools to better engage the students. So NUSync is the only approved place that you can gather student data, good student data. But that doesn't mean that we have to always use that, because no student is really properly engaged using that platform. So what I want to do is to create NUS-wide frameworks that can help more down to the ground sort of feedback collection, for example. So it's not as what you mentioned to what have I done in terms of what have I gone down to collect feedback, etc., etc. Because the MC is already doing that. So I'm here to supplement their efforts. My job is not to collect only feedback from computing, because I need to pair it with feedback from other faculties. So I go out and then I connect with other faculties that have similar issues, and then I gather feedback from them, and I combine that with what computing is doing, so that it bolsters computing's case for whatever they want to do. I hope that clarifies.
like follow up? Yep, am I allowed to follow up?
Currently, we don't have another question, right? So yeah, you may follow up.
Yep.
Please be concise. Thank you.
Sorry, I think I'll just go in chronological order based on your statements, right? First thing is the roles are focusing on, quote, your role are focusing on what are the management committee's goals, right? I think this, sorry Sue-Ann to bring your name into this, like this conversation, right? But then it differs from the definition that the MC proposed just now. So like, can you explain like, okay, there's a few things that, but then first thing is like, why is the role changing from this to role? I understand the experience differs, right? But then your role as NUSU Exco rep cannot change based on the people. Of course, priorities change, but the feedback aspect must be there. So can you elaborate why there's a different weightage this for now? And then second thing, right? Sherman's issue with Sentosa, right? That is a like MC thing. Can you like just elaborate on at least one example, right, where there's a mass data collection with you involved? Because as the, I hope you don't see me as like, you know, not justifiable, but it's as the Exco rep, you have to collect feedback, and that's what like Sue-Ann's definition and the questions that I got previously were like, have to understand the feedback of the computing population quantifiably, because if you raise anything, right, like for example, another quote, no student is properly engaged using that platform, Nusing, right? We say stuff like that to like people who, you know, like OSA and all that. I think it's gonna, without data backed up, right? I don't know if you have data backed up for that statement. Yeah, so
I think there's plenty of data to support that, and it has been presented over and over again.
Yeah,
since Nusing 2.0, but to just clarify whatever you're asking, basically the idea here is that as an Exco rep, my goal is only to bolster whatever efforts the MC is proposing. Apart from that, I do give my advice and so on and so forth. Whenever they have general meetings and so forth, they do send me minutes that I do read, and I give my advice on things and so on and so forth. But apart from that, I think what Sumin means about understanding the feedback of the NUS students is not that we go down and then one person just stand there and ask for feedback, you know, because that's not the efficient way to do things. The NC has their own way to collect feedback on whatever issue they want to do, right? The point is that once you have this feedback, what do you do with it, right? As Computing Club MC, you are Computing Club MC. There's only that many options open to you, but through NUSU, I can support them better. So by understanding whatever feedback that they get from the students regarding certain issues, then I propose to them, this is what these are your options that that is available to you at like the NUSU level, what we can do at NUS office level. For example, this is not really a hard data collection example from computing per se, but for example, I was part of the task force that was reviewing COVID rules regarding student life matters. For example, reopening of CCAs, and this is not something that I just collected feedback from computing, but I collected feedback from everyone, and it's based on the same framework.
Okay, so just just to wrap up what we discussed, it's like should you get elected, your role as NUSU Exco rep will be more to let the management committee to do the feedback gathering, and then your role as the NUSU Exco rep is to raise those issues.
No, it's none of those things, lah. It's basically.
Oh, yep. Sorry, can you please
clarify?
clarify?
Because as part of you're basically part of the MC. How I see it, you're part of the MC, and what really gets things done, whatever you're doing, what gets things done is that you have a passion to see a computing club move forward, and you do whatever needs to be done to make sure that happens. You may not always agree with the MC, but when it comes to computing club, they are the priority. So whatever they want to do is the priority. I will just advise, and I will help facilitate whatever I can do for them, right? So it's mainly about feeling that ownership, that you are part of computing, and you're willing to do whatever it takes to help them. So
okay.
if you phrase it that way, then everything else should be clear.
So quantifiably, like if we were to set things that you set out to do if you're elected, it would be assessing the needs of the management committee before deciding your capacity to get involved. Like you'll be involved, but not sure in which aspect based on their personal directions of the computing management committee?
I think honestly, this shouldn't be a question you should be asking me, but should be a question you should have asked the current MC already to understand what your role really entails, especially with regards to being a computing expert, rather than you know a generic actuary or engineer expert. But I think I explained pretty much what my stance is on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Karan.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for your question. So basically, Karen, before we continue, right now on timer itself, I think there was a lag. On our committee's end, we are left with 2 minutes for the Q&A segment. So yes, the Q&A is still open to the floor. So if you all have any questions from the audience, please do a virtual hand raise, okay, so that we can entertain for the next 2 minutes.
Motion
Okay,
to
as a
close the
reminder, if
Q&A.
there is, sorry,
I motion to close the Q&A.
sorry, who are you? Hang on.
Yok Yue.
Okay, you
Yeah.
propose to close the Q&A, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay.
year one compliance, I second the motion.
Okay, Yetban second the motion. So we'll close the Q&A for Karen, and we will be so we'll just close the Q&A for Karen. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
You can stop sharing the screen. Okay, I think earlier on, based on my committee, someone wanted to propose for a 5 minutes break, right? Is there any?
Yes, Neo Year 2 Com Science proposed for a 5-minute break.
Okay, Neil is proposing a 5 minutes break. Can I have a seconder?
You're not Year 2 Business Analytics. I second the motion.
Okay, so in that case, we will go for a 5 minutes break and be right back after 5 minutes, okay? I'll just set a timer right here. Okay, please proceed with your 5 minutes break. Thank you. Okay, okay. I hope everyone is back. 5 minutes break is up. 5 minutes break is up. All right. Okay. Is everyone back? Yes. Okay. So with that, let's see. Okay. With that case, right? In that case, we will have okay, we'll move on to the next segment, which is the management committee candidates lah. All right. So earlier on this evening, okay, what we see is that there are actually three candidates: Chuntek, Sam, and Karan, who actually did their campaign speeches for the NUSU Exco representative. Okay, so three of them contested for it, and elections will be held on the 31st of August concurrently in parallel with these management committee candidates. Okay, so what happened is that there are only two positions for the NUSU Exco representative, while there are three candidates. So please vote wisely, okay? With that in mind, we'll be moving on to our next segment, which is the 23rd Management Committee candidates campaign speeches. Okay, so in total, we today have 8 candidates who are planning to run for the Management Committee. Okay, the 22nd Management Committee members will be stepping down very soon. Therefore, we have fresh blood who will be coming in to take over and lead the NUS Students Computing Club. All right, with that in mind, just want to remind everybody that if you would like to ask questions, do await for the Q&A segment. So candidates will be given 15 minutes, okay, to present their campaign speeches, and the next 15 minutes will be time for Q&A. If you would like to ask questions during the Q&A segment, do raise up your hands virtually, and our committee member will actually allocate you to, or rather call you out before asking the questions. So do remember to identify yourself with your name, year, and course, and after which followed by the concise questions that you want to ask the candidates. Okay. In any case, if let's say there are so many questions, right, you may want to propose to extend the Q&A section, and it can only be extended twice. Okay. So the extension will be in blocks of 15 minutes. All right. With that in mind, we'll be proceeding on with our next segment for the 23rd Management Committee candidates. So first up, we will have Yu-san to be presenting her campaign speech.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yep, sure.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen and we can hear you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I have the timer as well?
Yes.
Sorry. Can we have the timer?
The timer is here.
Okay, when you share screen, remember to share screen 1 instead of the... Are you able to... Okay, you stop the share and you share screen 1 again.
Okay, wait.
Yes, okay, now we can see your timer.
Okay.
Okay, you can... okay, you may start now.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Yan Yushan. I'm a Year 1 Business Analytics major and I'm running for the Vice President of Student Development. So why do I want to run for this position? There's 3 reasons. Firstly, I hope to provide support and opportunities to my schoolmates. Support in the form of academic support and opportunities in the form of community service projects that everyone can participate in. And secondly, I believe in having a holistic development for everyone. So this would mean that besides our academic development, I hope that everyone can develop holistically by participating in community service projects that will help them have a sense of gratitude. And personally, I do believe that having a sense of gratitude is important. And thirdly, I hope to give back to the society because I know that having a university education is actually very privileged. So I hope that we can use our skills and resources to give back to the less fortunate in the society. Here are some of my relevant past experiences that I feel will make me suitable for the role of Vice President of Student Development. So I've been a subject mentor for Project AG's mentorship program. This project is actually initiated by our alumni, my JC alumni, and it was a project that was meant to help our juniors in the uncertain COVID situation, to help them when everything was suddenly turned to online, and it was a very difficult time for them. So I was the subject mentor for one of the subjects, China Studies in Chinese, and I actually mentored two of my juniors to help them with their learning progress. So actually through this program, I've really felt a sense of fulfillment. It was fulfilling to see how they could better understand the content of the subject with my help, and also see how they are able to appreciate the resources that I have prepared for them. So I would hope to continue to help people through being the Vice President of Student Development, helping my peers as well as helping the people in the society. And my past leadership experiences are, I was the publicity head of Bicultural Studies Program Council in junior college, and I was the president of Chinese Cultural Society in secondary school. So I feel that these leadership experiences have really taught me how to work in a team, as well as how to communicate with others, and also problem solving skills and conflict resolution. So these leadership experiences will prepare me well for the responsibilities of a Vice President of Student Development, and I'm also confident that I will be able to handle the commitment. Here are some of my qualities that I feel make me suitable for the position of Vice President of Student Development. Firstly, I believe in the importance of communication skills. And this is partly actually something that I've learned from my previous leadership experiences, as mentioned before. So as my previous leadership experiences have taught me the importance of communication skills, and more importantly, taught me the consequences of miscommunication. So if I become the Vice President of Student Development, I will try my best to have effective communication with my team, with my directors, so that we can have an efficient teamwork together. And secondly, I'm an observant person, and I feel that this will come in handy in two ways. So firstly, as the Vice President of Student Development, I'll be dealing with helping people. So it is important to understand the needs of my target group, and also be sensitive to their needs, so that we can best tailor the project such that it address their needs and best help them. And another part about being observant is that I will be better able to recognize the strengths of my team members, so that I can maximize their strengths and hence maximize our teamwork. And thirdly, I feel that I'm an empathetic person. So being empathetic, I really love to help people. So I enjoy the sense of fulfillment when I get to help people, and when it really benefit them. So I hope that others will also be able to feel the sense of fulfillment that I have felt in my past experiences. So this is my personal belief, my personal value that I feel make me suitable for the role of Vice President of Student Development. Here are some of my goals if I get elected as the Vice President of Student Development. I hope to support each other throughout the course of learning in NUS. So this will come in the form of academic support platforms. So I know that currently we do have some academic support programs in place, and I will work on the basis of that. Maybe I will collect feedback from the student body so that we can make the platform better for them. And also I'm quite inspired by my past experience as a subject mentor for my junior. So maybe we could have a mentorship program for our, whether it's within the year or across the different years of students, so that they can better support each other. So maybe if everyone feels that this is a good idea, the mentorship program, then maybe we will push for that. And another goal of mine is to instill a sense of gratitude among students. So this will come in the form of having community service projects that everyone is welcome to participate in. Everyone in the School of Computing can participate in, so that they can feel a sense of fulfillment, and more importantly, learn to be grateful. And personally, I do believe that being grateful is important because it helps you to appreciate what you have, and hence maybe also help others in the process and have a positive mindset. And that will bring you further in life. And the last goal of mine is to benefit the less privileged. So as I have mentioned before, having a university education and all the resources that we have is very privileged. So I hope to use our resources and skills to benefit the less privileged. And this will come in the form of helping the elderly or the children. So maybe for the elderly, we could teach them how to use smartphones, because as our world progresses, we can see that technology is becoming more and more important, and we are increasingly using technology to communicate to each other instead of only face-to-face communication. So it is important for the elderly to stay in track with the society, to learn how to use their smartphones so that they can they stay connected with their family members and stay connected with the society. As for the children that may not have enough resources they are less privileged, I feel that it is also important for them to learn how to use the computer, to learn maybe basic programming or basic computer skills. Because as technology advances, the children need to be exposed to technology from a younger age. And they really need to learn how to use computers from younger age as compared to us and as compared to the previous generations. So I believe that it is important for them to get used to this, and so that they can be better prepared for the future world. So here are some of my goals if I become the Vice President of Student Development. And I believe that with my past experiences, my past leadership experiences, as well as my personal values, I'll be able to handle the commitment and the responsibilities of a Vice President of Student Development well. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ishan, for the sharing itself. So right now we'll be opening up the questions to the audience. So if you have any questions for Ishan regarding her potential role running as a Vice President for Student Development, all right, please do a virtual hand raise, and we will schedule you accordingly. All right. Looks like we have the first person to ask questions. Sam. Sorry, no. Yeah, Sam. You have a questions. You have a question for Ishan?
Yep.
Okay.
Hello.
Before that, right? Hang on. Ishan, can you actually start the timer? 15 minutes, please.
Okay.
So you have to
Can
rewind your timer. As in, yeah, pause and on. Yep, correct. Okay, start.
Okay.
All right. Sam. Your
Yep.
question, please.
Okay. Hello, I'm Samuel, Year 2 Computer Engineering. Thank you, Ishan, for your presentation. I want to ask, like, do you consider any ways to incentivize the population to instill gratitude in them? Like any incentives that you've thought of to nurture that culture? Like maybe CIP hours or something like that. Like, have you considered any?
Okay, so I feel that because instilling a sense of gratitude has to come from within yourself. So if you were to instill CIP hours, for example, as like what we did in secondary school or junior college, it would be a bit too much of a very hard rule, and maybe people have other commitments as well. So it is, I feel that maybe not so practical and maybe not a very good way to motivate them by using these very hard rules. So instead, I feel that we should use a softer way to to motivate them. So this, as I've mentioned before, my goal is to let me go to the slide. Is to instill a sense of gratitude among students by making available community service projects that everyone is welcome to participate in. So I will try to make community projects that are welcoming to everyone, that maybe not require so much commitment at the start, but they could progress to make it a regular commitment if they do wish to. So I hope that would trigger off something in them so that they can slowly have the habit of helping others, and eventually over a long period of time instill a sense of gratitude. So I understand that instilling a sense of gratitude is a very long process, and maybe 4 years is not even enough. So it really has to come from the change of mindset within them. So yeah, I would take more softer ways to help them, to motivate them to participate in these community service projects. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you for elaborating on the approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Do we have any other questions from the floor, please?
I have a question. Again, I can't raise my hand. So,
Yes,
Neil, year 2 comp science. I actually wanted to ask, do you have any ideas for implementation? Because I realized that a lot of your presentation talks about goals and your values, but there's no, so far you haven't mentioned any concrete implementations of what you plan to do. So maybe you can elaborate on what ideas you have in terms of what you want to bring to computing.
Okay, so I guess I'll elaborate on the previous part that I mentioned on starting a mentorship project. So as for the mentorship project, it's actually just I haven't discussed with anyone because I'm not elected yet. So it's just my initial idea. So because why I wanted to do this mentorship project is because I was inspired by my past experience of being a subject mentor for the mentorship project from my junior college. So that's my inspiration. So I hope that if we were to do this mentorship project in NUS computing, we could do it as a cross year, like maybe the year 2s can help the year 1 when they first enter computing, because there are many resources all over Luminous, all over cosmology, and it's quite overwhelming for the year 1s. So maybe the year 2s or year 3s can help them. Like maybe we can assign 1 year 2 to a group of year 1s so that they can better get used to university life. So that would be a part of the mentorship project that I have thought of. So as for implementation, because I'm not very sure of like, I guess it has to be discussed with the elected committee as well. So that's why my presentation focused more on the ideas part, and the implementation, I guess, is a team effort. So it will be eventually discussed more with the directors. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Next up we have Karan. Karan, I believe you raised up your hand, right? You in?
Yep. So thank you for your presentation. My question is regarding community service. So as you know, my portfolio involved a lot of community service, and what I feel is that the most effective way to start community service being a big thing in computing would be to start when they're freshmen. So what are your ideas to hook specifically computing freshmen to start engaging in your community service projects? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So if it is to engage the freshmen, I feel that the best way would be through the freshman orientation camp, because there is a time where everyone is really very fresh and new to the environment, and it will be a good time to introduce to them the idea of regular community service. So in greater detail, we can possibly organize a day or like maybe half a day during the freshman orientation camp to let them participate in a mass community service project. And from there, introduce to them that, oh, we have many projects that you can participate in the School of Computing for community service. So maybe that would be a good start if you're talking about allowing freshmen, instilling the sense of gratitude in freshmen. Yeah. That's my answer. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I hope she answered your query. All right, thank you, Karan. Any other questions for Yushan, running for the Vice President for Student Development? Please raise up your hand virtually. All right, we have Martin. Martin, are you there?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear?
Hi, Martin. Yes, we can hear you. Could you introduce yourself, your year and your course, and followed by your questions?
Hello, I'm Martin, year 1 in Business Analytics. Okay, so may I ask, this question is regarding the community service. So in the event of low participation rate, what measures do you have to bring it up to a higher number? Like what measures or any ideas do you have to help encourage more freshmen or students to participate in your community service projects?
Okay, so I understand that maybe it is not very natural for people to go and sign up for community service projects, because it's not the first thing that comes to their mind when they do have free time. So actually, from the previous question, there are some measures that we could put in place. For example, introducing to them some community service projects during the freshman orientation camp, or maybe to make these community service projects seem less demanding to participate in. For example, it could start from events first. So events like one day of events that people could participate in. Then from those one day of events, we could tell them more about some of the continuous or regular events that they can participate in, so that eventually they can more people can go into these community service projects as regular volunteers. Yeah, that's my answer. I hope it clarifies.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Martin, for the question. Do we have any more questions from the floor? We have 5 minutes left for this Q&A. Any other questions? Please raise up your hand virtually. Thank you. All right, looks like we have Benedict with a question. Benedict, are you in? Benedict?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Could you introduce yourself, year and course, followed by a question?
All right, hi, I'm Benedict. I'm a year 3 and I'm doing computer science. So Yushan, I have a question for you. Why do you choose to run for Vice President of Student Development rather than Director of Community Service? Because I see that most of your goals are really aligned towards com service rather than VP of Student Development. Because VP of Student Development would entail like more things, and they would handle academic liaison as well. So I'm not sure if your goals are aligned to be the VPSD. Could you elaborate more on your approach on like why you chose to take up VPSD instead?
Okay, thank you for your question. So actually, at first when I started off deciding which role to run, I was thinking of Director of Community Service. But after that, I looked at the VP of Student Development, and I felt that actually it's still under the same wing, right? It's under Student Development, and I took a step back and thought about it, because as the VP of Student Development, you are essentially still helping people, but it's in a greater aspect of helping people. You are helping not only the external, the giving back to the society, but also you're helping the internal, your peers, your schoolmates. So I understand that my presentation does focus quite a bit on community service, because there's only two parts. There's one part is the academic license part, and the other one is the community service. So I feel that as the VPSD, you have more responsibilities in terms of like the scope of you helping people. So it does still align with my personal belief, personal value, because I do wish to be helping people, whether it's my schoolmates or the society. So as from my past experience as a subject mentor for my junior college juniors, I really feel that being able to help your juniors, your schoolmates, is also quite important, because as seniors, you will be able to guide them a lot more, because you have experienced the same part of the same difficulties that they have felt. So I decided to run for the VPSD instead of only for the community service, so that I can help both my peers as well as the society. Yes. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Benedict, for your question. Are there any other questions for Yushan running for Vice President for Student Development? We have left with 2 minutes for this Q&A segment.
I have a question for Ishan. Yeah. Ishan, okay. I'm Neil, year 2 Comp Science. You mentioned that you have experience for the running your sort of study programs, etc. for your juniors. Could you help actually maybe clarify for the rest of us how does it exactly translate into your experience for helping out with the academic liaison, or how would it translate over? Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So my past experience of being a subject mentor, so I was actually part of this whole project in helping our juniors during this COVID situation. So it was initiated during the COVID situation, and it was conducted weekly. We conducted online weekly Skype sessions to help them. So how would this how we convert into the academic license part, right? So I've mentioned just now that I have the intention of starting up a mentorship program within SOC for the seniors to help the juniors, to help them get used to university life. So I've mentioned that just now. So because the start of university life is quite hectic, as I'm experiencing right now, and it was a lot better with seniors that are really helpful and supportive of me. So I hope that this whole supporting system will become a large scale thing in SOC, so that the seniors can really pass down their knowledge, their experiences to the juniors. Yeah, so that will be how my experience as a subject mentor will convert into the academic license work. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are left with 8 seconds on this matter. Anyone want to propose any extension of the Q&A or the closure of the Q&A?
Google Year 1 CS propose to close the Q&A.
Okay, Google proposed to close. Can I have a seconder?
Yok Yue, Business Analytics Year 1, second.
Okay,
close,
you second to close the Q&A. So the Q&A segment for Yushan will be closed. Thank you, Yushan, for sharing on your role. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we will move on to the next candidate. And as mentioned earlier on, if you would like to ask questions, please leave it to the Q&A segment and do a virtual hand raise. Okay. So the next candidate to be sharing for the 23rd MC campaign speech would be Kai Jun. Okay, Kai Jun, would you be able to share your screen now?
Yeah, give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, can you all see?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you. Okay, could you get ready your timer as well? 15 minutes, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, in order to avoid the timer being disappear, right? I mean, yeah, you can actually scroll instead of clicking.
Okay,
so scroll your animation and you may minimize your timer by putting it to the bottom right, probably. Yeah, as in you drag down below.
Yeah.
All the way
like
through.
That. All the way through.
Okay, never mind. You minimize that again. You
minimize that.
Yeah. Okay. Then you put it at one corner. Okay. Do control alternate tab, please. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you drag it to the bottom right. Drag. Yeah.
Like that.
Hang on.
I think I'll just shift it around so that I don't block.
Yeah, you shift it around. Okay.
Yeah, can.
Okay, you may start the timer and proceed.
Okay. Okay, hi. So I'm Chua Kai Jin and I'm running for the role of the Financial Secretary in the 23rd MC. My speech, okay, I haven't seen the other speeches, but I think that mine will be a bit different from others because I believe that the FinSec role is a lot more technical. And from my experience, it will be a firefighting role. Like most of the job is about reacting to and resolving any problems and errors that will surface because of the finances. Yeah, so I feel that it's important that the FinSec is capable of doing so, and because most, if not all, the activities organized by competing club will rely on the club being financially stable. So now I'll just move on. Oops. Okay. So I'm just going to start with a short introduction of myself and my past experiences before I move on to the main segment of my speech. So currently I'm a year 1 computer science student and now I'm staying in Ridgeview Residential College, RVRC. So just a bit more about me. My hobbies include exercising. Yeah, I believe that exercising is a good way to keep the body healthy and the mind sharp so that you can perform at our best. Ignore that one. I also like to play tennis and I like programming. That's why I'm in computer science also. So I have a bit of experience in Python and I'm currently learning about Android development. But even with all these past experiences, I still can't handle source. The module is just too hard. Okay, so as for my past experiences, I've held a few leadership roles in the past in all my CCAs. I try to work towards a leadership role so that I can contribute more to my CCAs. So in secondary school, I was in National Cadet Corps, NCC. I was a staff sergeant, so that means that I was part of the EXCO, the planning team. I was the head of the freestyle drill squad, but as a secondary appointment, I was also the deputy head of the of logistics. So as part of that job, right, I contributed to budget allocation and also the inventory checking of the entire CCA. So that's why I learned some of the stuff. After that, in JC, I joined this filmmaking club called Studio V, and I was the head of training in my club. So besides my main role of planning and organizing the training structure for the entire CCA and its members, I also work closely with my head of logs to help out with things like the inventory and also purchases and budget, because as the training head, I would be the, I'll be the most experienced in what the club needs in terms of equipment. And after that, for a short while after JC and before NS, I worked in this company called Ultra Clean Technology. It's actually a small, it's a small company that provides semiconductors for bigger companies. And in that job, my main task was to check all incoming items and log them into the company's inventory. And this is just like a small thing that I'm proud of. In my short time there, I actually came up with a solution, which is basically just an Excel sheet that helped the company to account for their inventory more efficiently and make it less mistake prone until a proper solution was devised by their IT team. And then after that, in national service, my role was the artillery battalion recce officer in 21 SA. And fun fact, that was Kukeng and Yap Ban's unit also. They are also running in this election. So yeah, I know them before this. And in national service, besides my main Benro job, I also held a secondary appointment as the security 2IC. Security is in information security, not security guard or security trooper. I also held a secondary appointment as the media team IC. I didn't really volunteer for all this. I don't know why I got so many jobs in NS lah, but yeah. So in my security role, right, as I said, information security, I learned a lot about the need for proper accounting and also proper recording, because it showed that in case of any discrepancies in the systems, right, like in case we forget to log something or we forgot to account for something, when we check through, it will surface very quickly if our processes are all correct. And if we don't, then the problems will just keep snowballing until the end of the year, where it becomes too big of a problem to solve now. Okay, so yeah, from here you can see that I've had a lot of technical and leadership knowledge, and now I hope to bring all this experience that I've had to Computing Club and to contribute as the financial secretary. So just a bit about my working style. So given my experience in NCC and NS, right, a lot of people won't expect this, but I like to have a low stress work environment. I believe that is a lot better for productivity for both the superiors and also the for everyone basically. I believe that people should work because they want to, because of their passion, and not because they want to avoid being penalized or being punished, which was the style in army and I'm not a fan of that And I strongly believe in being approachable, especially since Computing Club serves the student body, right? I think it's important that the management committee is approachable and very accessible, so that we can get feedback and suggestions for what we do from the ground. And because of that, I like to avoid using fancy English or obscure lingo, so that I can be clear and transparent in communication. And you will see that in my speech, and that's not because my English is not the best. And one important thing is I like to use technology. I mean, this is Computing Club. But I believe that in using technology, right, like for example, by recording everything on in computer and most importantly, backing it up, we can be a lot more compact. In the army, right, because of how the security works, we have to keep everything on paper. And that leads to a very big mess. Like we'll just have piles of books that we cannot account for, but all the information is inside. And I just don't believe in that method lah. I believe that if we keep everything in the computer, like through Excel sheets, it'll be much better. We can store everything in one computer. We can go back to past records, and if we need to, we can check for, we can find any data easily. Yeah, and that will be very important for finance lah, where long-term records are very important. Yeah, so these two aspects of my working style, right, guide me very strongly in what I do and how I do things. And that is something that you'll see. That is something that you'll see in my later slides as I move along. So yeah, now I'll be moving on to the main segment of my slides, which is what I will do as the financial secretary, or what I will try to do as the financial secretary. So I'll be talking about the problems that we will face and the solutions that we will need in the coming year. So yeah, I just want to bring this out. From what I see, COVID-19 will be one of the biggest challenges that we will face this year. It will be a very big disruption, and mainly is because of communications. Because of the restrictions, right, of phase 2, that we can't have meetups of more than 5 people, and major meetings will only be possible online. So the finance cell is right, as part of its job is to consolidate expenses across all cells in the club. And to do that, and with the restrictions to communication, we will have a lot of problems such as this. Yeah, so there'll be many problems, and just to state an example of these few problems, like for example, if a cell wants to make a purchase but does not submit their report or invoice, right, then it will be unaccounted for and lead to discrepancies. And in terms of budget allocation, if there are any misunderstandings, a cell could accidentally make a purchase which is unplanned and then also unaccounted for, which will be very dangerous. And other than that, the main problem that I foresee is that our handing over will be a problem, because it will be very difficult for the seniors to hand over any overdue finance problems to us, and also to teach us and train us properly for our roles. And this is not just for the management committee, but also for the subcoms as well. And if these problems are not handled properly, right, they will just snowball in effect. And at the end of the year, or when we want to hand over again, we will just realize that all these problems are unresolved, and by that time it might be already too late. And yeah, some of these problems that I mentioned, right, are really problems that are faced by the current and past committees. And with this COVID-19 situation, it's only going to be much more likely to occur, and that's why we will need reliable solutions and changes to make sure that we can avoid them. Yeah, which is what I'll be talking about next. So for the solution, one of them is that you can vote for me, so remember to vote on the voting form. Okay, but on a serious note, these are the solutions that I've come up with. So as what I've said before, we will have to digitize all documents. Since everything is online now, it's only natural that everything else is online. So yeah, these are, to be honest, some things that I learned from the army, whether they are doing it right or doing it wrong. And the first one is to use Excel sheets to track all transactions, like for example, the expenses, the revenue, the inflows, the outflows. And after that is the soft copy of all receipts and invoices, which is just another way to track our inflows and outflows, which should be very important. This will help with the transparency of the financial status of the club within the management committee, and also it will make reporting of expenses more convenient, which will help to avoid unaccounted expenses. Yeah, and then My second solution is to have a documented standard operating procedure. So this will be an easily accessible guide and acts as a first reference for anyone who needs to perform any finance-related matters, like for example, budget allocation, requesting purchases, submitting expenses. This guide should stick to 3 characteristics. It should be easily accessible, it should be detailed, and it should be unambiguous. Best is if people can read it without having to ask questions. And my last solution is to retain the knowledge from previous batches. I'm not sure if the seniors would like to hear this, but this solution basically means that we have to keep communication with the previous MC, the 22nd MC. So this would be like an informal upper study, understudy system, so that when we meet any problems, we can tap on the experiences of the past batches. So yeah, through our previous batches, right, we'll be able to get more info on any unresolved issues in the club and be better able to handle them. And of course, after that, we'll have to record all our practices in the SOP for future reference, whether it's for us or for future batches. So in conclusion, I just wanted to talk about the nature of the situation we are in now. So with the pandemic, we are going to face uncertainties that will be difficult or even impossible to predict. So what computing club will need, right, is not people who know everything, because I don't think that will be possible, but rather people who can adapt to any situations, make decisions quickly and rationally, and devise solutions to solve any problems that are thrown at us. So I can't be sure that my solutions will solve everything, but I am willing to put in the time and effort to look at every problem and come up with a targeted solution. So that's it for my speech. Thank you for listening. So now we'll be moving on to Q&A.
All right, thank you, Kai-Jun, for sharing. Please restart your timer for 15 minutes, and we are opening up questions to the floor. All right. So first and foremost, we have Sam. Sam, you just, Sam, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Question, please.
Yep. Okay. Hello, Kai-Jun. I am Sam, year 2 computer engineering. So my question to you is, okay, it's twofold. Like the first part is your working style. Like you talk about like, you know, low stress and like, so there'll be situations, since you're going to be the FinSec, right? Hopefully, there'll be situations where of non-compliance, where people don't like, you know, submit the RFPs in time, or like people violate the regulation, or they make mistake, they sign somewhere where they're not supposed to, that kind of thing, right? So like, would there be a conflict of interest with your working style? Like how you resolve such situation?
I don't think that these two will be related at all. Being a low stress working environment does not mean that you're going to follow rules. Rules and regulations are rules and regulations. If you violate them, then of course you have to face the consequences. So these should be two separate things.
All right, great. Thank you for elaborating that, Kai-Jun. And then the follow-up to that is, you talked about like, you know, the procedures, the financial procedures and all that, right? Like those who will be under you, like they may not know the, you know, NUS financial policies. So will you implement any way to educate them?
Yeah. Okay, so as I talked about it, right, the SOP is supposed to be able to transfer this information to anyone who needs it. So in a way, it will be a condensed version or a summarized version of the regulations. But also, I missed this out in my presentation, but I mentioned about working closely with the VPs and the respective cell directors so that from the start, they will know what they have to do. And if possible, right, we can appoint representatives in each cell who will be specialized in the financial segment, and they will be the ones who are in charge of looking out for these things.
Okay, thank you, Kai-Jun.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for your question. Anyone else would like to raise any questions to our potential financial secretary? Yes, we have Darius raising his hand. Darius, are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hi. I'm Darius, year 2 business analytics, and I'm the current finance secretary. Yeah, so thank you for your speech. You actually brought up quite a few good pointers. And actually, many of these were ongoing situations that actually me and my deputy tried to solve during this year as well. So I think you have actually identified the key issues, like educating people on the on the correct financial procedures and having the right like tracking system. So yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing is that like I think you mentioned something about the Excel sheet tracking like the expenses and the revenue, but in this case, because we are actually not like yeah, we are not autonomous, like we don't hold like the data, and this is actually held by OSA. So like there's a lot of communication with like the Office of Finance and OSA, the Office of Student Affairs, with regards to this. So yeah, I just wanted to ask you like how would you handle like the communication with them? Because I think there will be quite a few like different people in different offices that you have to constantly like email, and sometimes you also have to even go down to their office to look for them. Yeah. And to my second question, is that actually this year we also tried to implement having finance representatives in the individual cells. But actually what we found, it was the first year doing this, and what we found out was that actually there were quite a few cells that like I haven't even seen their finance representative before, or like, yeah, they didn't submit anything to me at all. So I'm just wondering like how you will go about to maybe tackle this issue of like this finance representatives not actually taking up the responsibility of handling finance for their cell. Yep, that's all. These 2 points. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the 2 points. So the first one is about the communications with OSA, right? As for that one, okay, for now, I am still not familiar with how the communication with OSA goes and about the different representatives in OSA. But from what I see, it seems like we need to have a member in the like a member who is in charge of communications with OSA, because that seems like a very important part of finance, and any transactions, any communications with OSA can be taken as transactions. So I guess we can keep records on our side of the house, and then we can synchronize with OSA on all these transactions. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Okay, yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay, thank you. As for your second point, right, it was about the financial representatives in each cell not reporting for their cell. I think that okay, so in the army we always have the chain of command, right? And I think that's a good system. I think that the cell directors should be responsible for checking out with their financial representatives to check whether they have updated the financial secretary on all their finance related matters. And if the FinSec realizes that there are some discrepancies or there are any unreported things, right, then he can check with the cell directors, who will then check with their representatives. And I'm not sure if it's possible, but actually no, I don't. Yeah, actually, yeah, that would be my main solution, which is to have better communication with the cell directors and let them be responsible for the financial representatives.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think like for this, I'm not sure, like I think like one of the main reasons why like the finance representatives are actually not doing their responsibilities, I think one of the main reason would actually point to like the directors themselves actually, like since they are already the ones like holding on to the invoices and stuff, so they just decide that it's actually easier to just do it themselves rather than like go through like a middleman, which is like the finance representatives, to like do it for them. Yeah.
Okay.
So like, yeah, just like food for thought, like how you'll go about like to resolve this, or whether there's actually a better solution for this. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Darius, for the questions, and we'll move on to the next person, Karan. Karan, you have a question?
Hi. My question is basically at the start of the presentation, you said that you thought your term would be about firefighting throughout as a FinSec.
Yeah.
My challenge to you is because I mean we don't have to always be the ones doing the firefighting, right? So what would you need as FinSec to avoid all this firefighting? What sort of resources or tools would you need if, let's say, you could get a wish list?
A wish list. I mean, the main way to prevent this firefighting is to prevent the fire from starting. And that's my main solution would have been the well-documented SOP and to have everyone trained so that they know what to do, they know what they have to do in terms of finance matters. And if everyone is trained in this, right, and they do what they have to do, I'm quite sure that there won't be so many fires to put out.
Okay, and as a follow-up, the FinSec role isn't just about doing the actual technical accounting, but the second part of the role is you are the custodian of funds for the club, meaning that basically you and the president are the main people who are deciding what things need to be funded in the club, right? So so as part of the EXCO, what is your priority for things that need to be funded in your mind right now?
My priority for this is in terms of budget allocation, right? I guess it would have to be whatever is able to benefit the student body most. And I guess that would be the trainings, as in like the training sessions, like the exam prep sessions that the computer club organizes for the student body. And also what I would say is important is also welfare. I would prioritize welfare of the student body quite highly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your questions. Are there any other questions from the floor with regards to Kai Jin running for financial secretary? Okay, we'll give it another 30 seconds to see if anyone has any questions. If not, someone could actually propose to close the Q&A segment.
Hi,
Okay,
Kukan, year one CS student. Sorry.
We have Roy who raised his hand. Roy, you have a question?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Roy, we can hear you.
My name is Roy. I'm a year 2 CS student. I'm currently the deputy finance secretary for the club. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that you felt that it's very important to make the finance SOPs very accessible and well documented for all. So what we've done for our year is we printed hard copies of like the finance SOPs and left it in the club room. But you mentioned that because of the COVID situation, people might not be going down to the club room or like it's hard to communicate. So like how would you make all these SOPs? Any concrete plans? Do you have any concrete plans to make these SOPs accessible for everybody?
Yeah, actually my idea was to have the SOP be a soft copy and then it will be uploaded either on Google Drive or OneDrive, and the link should be available to everyone in the club to access. So as a reference, it will always be available when anyone needs it. So like if they are planning to handle any transactions, then they'll open up the SOP and refer to it. So yeah, we won't need any hard copies of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roy, for the question. Do we have any other questions from the floor? We have 2 more minutes. Okay, we will wait for another 30 seconds. During 30 seconds, if there's no other questions, someone could propose the closure for the Q&A and second it.
I'm Yushan, and I propose to close the Q&A.
Okay, Yushan proposed to close the Q&A. Can we have a seconder?
Hi, Martin, and I second opinion.
Okay, Martin seconds the closure of Q&A. All right, thank you, Kaijin, for the sharing session.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, okay. With that in mind, we'll be proceeding on to the next candidate who will be sharing his campaign speech, and we will have Yet Ban.
Yep. Give me one
Yet Ban,
sec.
you're on, yep.
Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, Yet Ban, we can see your screen and we can hear you. Could you set your timer, please?
Yep. Okay. Good evening to the 22nd Management Committee, fellow candidates and students of the School of Computing. I'm Yat Ban, a freshman majoring in computer science, and the primary position I'm running for is president. Secondarily, I'll also be, my second position is to GenSec. Okay, so before I move on to the plans that I have for the Management Committee and the Greater School of Computing, I'll first share a bit about myself. So personally, on a personal basis, here are some of my hobbies and interests. I do enjoy a good session of karaoke with friends, but apparently many of my new friends in uni say that I have weird song choices, or I'm old-fashioned. Yeah. And then I also have quite some interest in computers and technology in general, and I have dabbled a little bit in music production as well. So being a freshie, I'm only not even in my first, not even a major part of the first year in NUS yet. So I don't have much significant experience of the things that are happening within NUS. So instead, I'll be sharing a bit about my past leadership experiences. So all along, I've considered myself as an accidental leader. The reason for that was that when I was younger, I actually never expected myself to join any leadership body. So my first experience of what a leader was actually my primary school prefects. So a leader to me back then was someone who would book you if you come to school late, or if you were to go up to the classrooms before recess ended. So maybe that's why I was never really too interested in this thing called leadership. However, in secondary school, there was an opportunity to join my school's consortium council. So consortiums are basically houses back in my school. So as you can see, there was actually quite a lot of us, and we weren't really sure what we were getting ourselves into. So the next 2 years turned out to bring along many life-changing experiences for me. We did things such as renovating the council lounge, facilitating in both the secondary 1 orientation and the secondary 1 annual camp. And I also had the opportunity to participate in numerous leadership camps where our seniors gave us challenges to overcome and imparted a lot of valuable leadership knowledge to us. On top of all these, also given opportunities to be involved in many organizing teams from various council initiatives, which included things like festival celebrations, amazing races for incoming exchange students, and the like. So somewhere along the way, I also given the grand opportunity to be part of the organizing team for the 19th Student Leaders Convention. So being exposed to the organizing of an international convention at a young, ripe age of 14, I was thrown at the deep end, and I had to pick up many skills very quickly. It was on the closing day of the event when I saw the enjoyment of the participants that I told myself to do the best in whatever committee I will be involved in the future, so that I can give the best experiences to the participants. Well, 2 years later, I actually took on the role of the Assistant Organizing Secretary and led the organization of the 21st iteration of the convention. Going on to the, my alarm. Going on to the third year of my council journey, saw a few of my friends and me take over the roles within the executive committee. That was when there was a slight role reversal. We became the ones spearheading the running and management of the council, while at the same time guiding the next generation of councillors. Being the exco also meant more involvement in school-wide events. In the top left picture here, you see we were leading the new secondary ones and supporting our track and field team in the grand finals. While on the top right was us doing the ground recce for the secondary 1 annual camp, which we were in charge of running that year. Now I want to share one funny thing that has stuck with me throughout all these years. So during a specific secondary 1 orientation facilitator training session, one of the council mentors actually taught us a leadership process model. So there are 3 stages, and they were namely to lead, to inspire, and to empower. As leaders, we are the ones who set the direction and get a team towards a common goal. We do so by inspiring them and providing them with the opportunities to perform. At the end, he revealed that the acronym for this model was actually LIE. So to this day, I still have not figured out whether he was actually serious about it, but since I still remember it now, I guess it was at least effective. So this is just one example of the many nuggets of information I've learned from some of the most unexpected places throughout my journey. And I feel that they actually have helped me in one way or another. Anyways, my leadership journey in council culminated with a term in the high school council in secondary 4, where we were in charge of school level events and managing the individual consortium councils. As for in JC, I decided to switch gears and try a different form of leadership body. So being the vice president of my CCA, the Health and Fitness Club, I actually worked in an environment that was very different from that in council. For one, it was a much smaller team and we had more autonomy in the running of the club. Together with the rest of the EXCO, we managed to revamp our training programs and even kickstarted a service learning project, which reached out to low-income family children through sports and games. In addition, I managed to participate within the organizing teams of a few service learning projects throughout my time in school, further adding on to the variety of leadership bodies that I was part of. So there was definitely many things that I've learned from my experiences in school. But the three biggest takeaways that I have, I would say are these. First is 饮水思源, which loosely translates to remembering the source from which you drink from. I've really enjoyed and benefited from the various events and initiatives by the seniors, and thus really want to give back to the school and community that I was in. Secondly, is the idea of servant leadership. When we are appointed as leaders, we're not there to get people to get work done for us. Rather, we are there to serve them and provide them with an environment to grow and perform. This is not just in the case of the leadership body versus the rest of the students. In fact, as a leader, we have to serve even those directly under us. Finally, I understood the importance of tacit knowledge. These are knowledge that can only be transmitted directly from one to another. I learned the value of people and the importance of being able to learn from them. I'm extremely grateful for all the opportunities I had to learn these, and I felt that it really prepared me for the hardest challenge I've ever faced thus far, national service. So I was fortunately enough to be appointed NSF Battery Commander, where I was in charge with leading a core team of fellow commanders over here in the training, welfare, and safety of an 80-man strong battery in these photos over here. So ranging from day-to-day administrative tasks and special events such as interaction with the public, festive celebrations, and team bonding activities, all the way to planning the training and ultimately leading them through our evaluations. This NX experience led me to many novel situations, such as dealing with problematic soldiers, chasing fellow commanders to complete their work, and even dealing with superiors who weren't exactly happy with a lot of the things that we did. So many things which again, I've never seen during my time in school, I've experienced in Army. So what's in the future is that now I'm being appointed the S3 or the operations officer in my reservist unit. I have a greater area of responsibility to fulfill as to work in the core team together with the commanding officer and the regimental sergeant major to manage and run the whole battalion of around 300 people. So throughout this whole 2-year stint in national service, I feel that I've also learned many important leadership and interpersonal skills, as you can see over here. So together with those that I've learned from my time in school, I believe I have the knowledge, skill, and competence required to lead the Computing Club Management Committee. Now, on to my plans for the Management Committee and the School of Computing in a greater sense. The central idea of my manifesto can be summarized into preserve for change, prepared for change. So, you know, when I first came up with this tagline, I thought it was so cliche, like something about change being the only constant. But I think we've all heard that before. But when I want to search out the meaning of cliche, it's basically a phrase or opinion that's overused and betrays a lack of original thought. So that's when I realized, actually, no, there was something that I want to bring out about change. So right now, more than ever before, we're at the mercy of change. The coronavirus pandemic has changed a large part of how we live, and most, if not all of us, have had to change the way we live and the way we operate in more ways than one. So many say that we should take advantage of the situation now and do things we otherwise wouldn't have done normally. Well, I sure do agree, but I think there's something more to it. There are things that we can do to preserve some of the previous aspects of our lives, which we hold very dearly to, especially when there are opportunities that come along for us to exploit. So from what I understand, the goal of some of the goals of the 22nd MC was to strengthen the SOC identity and make the undergraduates more proud to be part of the faculty. Also, they wanted to give more visibility to the students' accomplishments and increase the interaction and participation from international students. Understandably, the pandemic has been a huge hindrance for them in their progress towards these goals. I definitely would want to carry out the vision of theirs, But since we are limited by all the rules and regulations due to the situation we are in, I want to temporarily switch focus back to the basics, back to our human-to-human interactions. Such an idea is actually outlined in my manifesto, where we take advantage of technology to provide a platform which creates opportunities for students to meet new people and forge new connections and hopefully friendships. So this is actually written in more detail on my website, which I will show later on, so I won't go into too much detail. Secondly, the second part of my manifesto is prepared for change. So the 22nd MC, unfortunately, had to bear the brunt of the effects of the pandemic, reacting to something that was actually unknown earlier this year and having to make quick changes to their pre-existing plans. Just see how they had to adapt the FOP to a truncated online version. I dare say that hopefully the hardest part is actually behind us. However, the fight is still a long one. Nevertheless, I believe that with greater knowledge of the coronavirus, my team will be able to make better appreciations of the current situation and better postulations of the near future. As long as we maintain this foresight, do sufficient contingency planning, and be reactive enough, we will be able to capitalize on opportunities that come our way as the regulations change. I hope to bring life in SOC back to status quo as early as we can. So these coronavirus related things are definitely important for me to address. However, there are two other key areas which I'd like to further focus on. Namely, the so-called forgotten batch, that is the year ones this year, and secondly, to make SOC truly yours. Being a freshie myself, I do wish that we had the opportunity to go through what the previous batches did. That's why I hope to bring two such events back. Perhaps we won't be able to have a bash like the yesteryears, but when regulations permit, I hope they can hold a night of food, fun, and games. Also, should the situation improve significantly, we might even be able to hold a reorientation camp. So these are events which really hinge on us having the plans at the ready and be able to react whenever the opportunities arise. Next, in line with the 22nd MC goal of fostering stronger SOC spirit, I want to have the management committee make more of what you wish SOC to be come true. It is my personal belief that there are great troves of undiscovered ideas amongst all of you. I mean, statistically speaking, there are more students not in the MC than in it, right? So I would like to task my team to think of more ways by which we can reach out to the student population, perhaps through anonymous online forms to reduce the disincentive to share your ideas, or regular outreach sessions for us to hear and understand the most pertinent issues out there. Hopefully, this will make all the SOC students be more willing to voice your ideas. In summary, I believe that my extensive leadership experience from having been part of various types of leadership bodies, ranging from council to organizing teams, CCA Excos, and even holding a field grade officer appointment in the military, has well equipped me with the knowledge, skill, and competence to be able to lead the management committee. I hope to continue with the 22nd MC's goal of fostering a stronger SOC identity and increase recognition for the students' achievement and our international students. On top of that, I want to focus on the forgotten batch and make SOC truly yours. So do give me the opportunity to serve you. For more details on my manifesto and my campaign, you can actually visit it over here. Yep. The ideas that I've briefly outlined in my speech, I actually explain a bit more in detail on the website, so you can go and take a look through. If you have any questions regarding my manifesto, speech, or the whole campaign, feel free to contact me through these platforms on Instagram, Telegram, email, and such. Yep, otherwise, thank you, and we're moving on to the Q&A.
All right, thank you, Yetban, for sharing. And Yetban will be attempting to run for the president or the general secretary. Now, we are opening up the questions to the floor, and if you would like to ask him some questions, do raise your hand virtually. Okay, we have the first question from Sherman. Sherman, are you in?
Yes, Sherman here, 3 from Energy Systems. Sorry, Yabon, can you help us and maybe just scroll back your slides to your the things that you'd like to do in your term?
Yeah. So this is the one on continuing the goals of the 22nd MC.
That's right.
And then the one that I want to continue is over here.
Okay. So, perhaps you could help us elaborate a bit more. When you said forgotten batch, could you just help us describe who you're referring to again?
Yeah, so as I outlined just now previously in my speech, the forgotten batch, I mean, I coined this term up, but basically it's referring to the year ones this year in NUS. So why I call it forgotten is because it seems as if all the orientation have already, the window for orientation camps and all the activities have already been past us. And when the situation is to, hopefully the situation improves, and when it does, we most likely just go straight into studies. And we actually miss out this, I would say, a critical part of a student's life in university, right? A part where you can actually form connections, network, and have the whole NUS and computer science experience. That's why I actually termed it as the forgotten batch. Yep.
I see. Why I raise this question is because I do not want to present. Yes, I'll admit that the incoming batch of this year is facing very unique problems with the fact that you all have in sort of an unprovisional way due to circumstances out of control. But I do also want to put the question aside from, because if you do run for president and if you do get a position, you'll be leading committee into a semester or even a full year in which the current restrictions in place will still be in effect. So aside from perhaps what you would do for the freshmen, what would you also do for the current batch of students in SOC as well?
Yep. So as I said, actually my campaign, the main idea, because being the leader, I understand that it's good for me to have solid ideas and to bring out certain initiatives. But I feel that as I actually outlined in the speech, I want to hear the good ideas of the people. So that's why my key manifesto idea is actually to, if you can see over here, is to preserve in change, prepare for change. So actually, I want to bring this core concept into the running of the next MC. What I mean by that is that I want to be able to preserve some of the aspects of life which we had prior to this COVID-19 situation within the whole school of computing. So these have actually also been outlined in training focus to maintaining the human-to-human interaction portions. And on top of that, as you said, this situation will most likely continue for the next semester. However, that's why I put in this second part of this. So you can call it a tagline that is prepared for change. So things are bound to things are bound to change. The rules and regulations will adjust according to the situation happening in the world and in Singapore, of course. And we want, for me personally, I want to be able to react to them quickly. So I mentioned about having being reactive, having the foresight, and having the contingency planning prepared, so that we can kickstart a lot of the events that we have put in place previously. For example, in the 22nd MC's plan of increasing the interaction between with the foreign students and national students, as well as with fostering stronger SOC spirit. So these things can be planned on as we go along, and we have plans to bring them into effect at different degrees of change that we see in the regulations. So perhaps with a slight loosening, we can have some events kick in. And when the regulations are fully, relaxed, we can actually bring in the whole host of events and continue with our original goal of, continuing the vision that 22nd MC has set for us. Yep. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, and kind of an additional question on top of that, if I can ask it. So I can see there's very overall general direction for where you want to bring the committee to. But could you help us a little bit by perhaps maybe describing perhaps some of the perhaps go into more of the implementation details, and what approaches do you expect, or what methods do you expect your committees, your directors to adopt in your term?
Okay, that's a great question. So first and foremost, I'll just go on I'll go from the broad picture down to a small picture. So as a broad picture, as an MC, I would like for our individual wings to be a bit more autonomous, in the sense that they have say in what they want to do. I'll be there to we'll be there to set the direction, and for the team to kind of focus on what are the things that we want to see generally to be brought into MC. So for example, we want there's definitely certain things that we have to plan for. So including next year's FOPs and some of the well-known events that in SOC, we have to continue planning for them. But then I want them to have to be able to plan for different degrees of the situation improving. So we'll have perhaps like I said, to capitalize on, to take the opportunity on using technology to replace a lot of to hopefully be able to bring these initiatives to the students despite the situation currently. And actually, this is a very good place where I said to capitalize, because there are actually a lot of situations where we have events, maybe not in SOC's context, but in other places which I've seen, that due to the pandemic situation, right, actually more people join in on the events because they are online. There's actually a lower barrier to entry to participate in these events. So previously, you might have to have a free slot in your timetable there. You might have to be physically present. But now with technology, we can actually hopefully get those people who are maybe a bit more shy normally to actually participate as well. So this is one big focus to exploit on technology to be able to bring this to people. And then at the same time, I want them to also prepare for what we because as I said, we can have the with better understanding of the situation, we can actually have make better appreciation of the current situation as well as postulations towards the future. So we know that we might have ideas of what could possibly change in the near future and how we can then adapt our plans to be able to gradually bring the life, like what I call the status quo prior to COVID-19 back into the lives of the School of Computing students. Yep. I hope that answers your question.
Right. Thank you, Sherman, for the question. And we'll move on to the next person. I think, Sam, you have a question?
Yep. Hello.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, hello, I'm Sam, year 2 CG. So I wanted to ask about the Make SOC yours. Can you give us a bit more details? Like, is it like a framework, like in which people can get involved? Are you gonna publicize the opportunities, how people get involved? And also, like, if it's a framework, right, based on that axiom, is there gonna be incentives for people to make SOC theirs?
Okay, so this is it's a great question first of all, but I feel that it's a very normal thing for campaign speeches to say that I want to hear more from the student population. But actually, this is more of as you say, it's like more of an approach of a framework, so-called, where we want to be able to lower the barrier, the disincentive to go and voice out your ideas. Because a lot of times people might feel that when I want to raise up something, I must give some sort of constructive feedback, or I must do it through a formal channel which might be tracked by the school. So what I want to aim to do is actually to set this a safe environment where people feel like they can just complain about the small things, and connect to them on a personal level, so that they're more willing to share the little things which they normally might think that is too trivial. Because we feel that there are definitely bound to be great ideas out there and things that we overlook as an MC. So I guess you could say it's like a framework, and we will be working on that. As for the second part, asking about incentivizing this change, I would think that there's no need to incentivize people to suggest feedbacks for improving SOC, because once we are able to bring across this so-called safe environment where they feel where they want to share their ideas, and when they actually see the changes come in, that is the real incentive. You see the changes that you want to see happen right in front of you because you suggested them, and you actually make lives of fellow students better. So that's why I hope to be able to bring the culture or inculcate the spirit within SOC. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. So in a way, the incentive is documenting the implementation of their feedback. In a way.
Well, I hope that. Okay, for sure we can document it, but I hope at the end of the day, when we want to improve make SOC yours, we actually want people to feel it and not to do it in our slides and say, okay, 23rd MC is done. This is what we have done so far. We have improved the life in this quantifiable manner. We want people to actually feel it and actually see the real change, and be actually happy about it. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Yatbun.
Right. Thank you for the question. Do we have anyone else wanting to raise any questions to Yatbun? Yeah. If you do remember to raise your hand virtually so that we can schedule you for the question. Okay. Okay, if not, we'll give it another 30 seconds.
I have a question.
Yes, Neil.
Yep, Neil, year 2 CS. Yatbun, I think there's something that you might want to take into consideration. You mentioned just now that safety is a very important sort of feeling for people to sort of want to start doing feedbacks, etc. Just maybe a point for you to take note would be, so far as a lot of the MCs have tried previously, but the student body doesn't generally feel very receptive to our want for feedback. The only time we get feedback from them is generally during more of those higher key events, something like exam welfare pack, etc., where they have to do a survey before they come and collect their exam welfare pack. And those are the main key points where we take feedback from, or we get to take feedback from the student population. Yeah. If you were to run a general feedback session, you wouldn't really get much participation from the student body. So I think for you in your next term, you might want to take note of that specific point as you move forward.
I think it's a very good very good point. But as an extension to that, I actually feel that because as part of the plan by the second MC also is to actually inculcate a stronger SOC spirit amongst the students. So I mean, obviously, ideally, hopefully that when with a stronger SOC spirit, they are more vested in the welfare and the well-being of the SOC community as a whole, and hopefully through that, they might actually be more willing to voice out normally. But that's obviously a hope that we want to work towards. Yeah, thank you for the point.
Right. Yeah, of course, I mean, participants or rather the audience can ask questions or give some comments if necessary. So right now we're down with 2 more minutes. Any other questions from the floor? Okay, do raise your hand virtually, okay? Okay, if not, we'll give it another 30 seconds. And if there's no questions, someone could propose the close of the Q&A session and someone to second as well.
Martin proposed to close the Q&A.
Okay, Martin proposes to close. Anyone to second?
Gugeng second the closure.
Okay, Gugeng second the closure, and thank you, Yeban, for the sharing. All right. Okay, so up next, we will have the next candidate to be sharing her campaign speech, and that will be Roy Yen. Okay, all right. Could you share a screen, please?
Okay, sure.
Okay, yes, we can see your screen. Would you be able to set up your timer as well, 15 minutes?
On the right side of the screen, I'm not sure if you can see.
Sorry?
On the right side of the screen, the 13 minutes time.
Okay, when you share screen, right, do remember to share screen 1 and not the PowerPoint presentation itself. Are you able to do that?
Yeah. Sorry, maybe.
Okay, and your timer? Is a timer around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this okay?
Yeah, sure, you can start now.
Okay, sure. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking time off your Wednesday evening to listen to us. My name is Royan, and I'm running for the 23rd MC General Elections this year. Firstly, let's start off with a self-introduction. Here are some of the hobbies I indulge in. I've been dancing since I was 5 years old and explored many different genres, from ballet to Chinese dance to contemporary to street. The reason I like to dance so much is because it gives me the platform to bring across a message or just simply a sense of happiness to the audience through creative ways. And of course, I get my energy to dance from food. Yes, I'm that friend who forbids you from eating because I haven't gotten a good picture. And lastly, I'm really fascinated by how much difference editing a photo in Lightroom can make. Moving on to my major, I'm currently a year 1 information security student. But the idea of security can have two very different meanings to me. First is the idea of securing systems, which is going to be covered in school. And second is the sense of security you feel when you're in a familiar place or doing something you have always been very comfortable with. While I definitely look out to the first idea, the latter does not sound very appealing to me, and I'll be elaborating on that soon in the next section. In both secondary school and junior college, I find myself very involved in my community. Be it large-scale or small-scale events, I always try to indulge myself in school life. By joining these activities, sometimes I can pursue my passion, and sometimes I learn qualities that I never had before. Actively indulging myself in school life was not easy from the start, when the only thing I thought I was relatively good at was dance, and I refused to take up non-dance related leadership roles. In Raffles Girls Secondary, I joined cheerleading for 2 years and eventually took up the captain's position in my final year. I had to communicate with the teachers to deliver our team's ideas and ask for approval, and also meet house members to collaborate with them. Furthermore, I did not conform to traditional ways of getting house members to show their support. Since house participation is graded as well, I encouraged the house members to chant along to the prominent lyrics of our routine soundtrack, and also increase the meetings between house members and cheerleaders so that they're more familiar with what to do. This idea has worked well, and I observed that RJS cheer teams have all adopted this method of showing support after our first attempt, even up to today. Next, I had to be in charge of every aspect of the cheer team, be it logistics, costumes, props, or scheduling. This also includes the mindset of every member. A fun fact is that our house never won cheerleading for 30 consecutive years, and hence I had to constantly heighten the morals of our teammates so that we can be more confident in ourselves and have a stronger team spirit. Eventually, we managed to win the championships. This leadership experience was unforgettable as we achieved something tangible, the trophy, and also left behind a legacy initiated by myself. In Raffles Institution, I was successfully voted into the Student Council. Remember how I said that I did not like the feeling of security even though it's my major? Joining council was the first courageous step that I took because I wanted to push myself out of my security and comfort zone to see what I'm capable of achieving. I no longer limited myself to dance leadership roles and wanted to be part of something that can impact the whole school. Despite having no experience in school lead boards, I took up this challenge and never once looked back. In council, I was a member of the House Directorate. As a team of 6, we had weekly meetings to brainstorm new initiatives, work with the other house directorates for combined house activities, and also plan initiatives for the teachers in our house. Other than the traditional yearly events, we also carried out new ideas that gave timely support to fellow 200 house members. For example, we prepared PWEX, PW Welfare Packs, which consists of essential items needed for the project work oral presentation right before the OP exams. For me, I was in charge of overall publicity, where I edited videos and posters and also took charge of our Instagram page. After every event, we had after-activity reviews where we discussed what went well and what can be improved on in the future. At the end of our term, we compiled all of these tips and advice into a document to pass on to future batches so that the council's events will improve over the years, and incoming councillors need not start from scratch. Another role I had as a councillor was to be in the orientation committee as the dance committee in charge. I directly liaised with a videographer to film our batch dance music video and tutorial videos for publicity, and these videos were well received, looking at the number of views, 24,000 for music video and 14,000 for dance tutorial. As a dancer, I also took lead for our performances during open house and orientation itself. Lastly, I taught the batch dance to the incoming juniors during orientation. Of course, we had house activities during orientation as well, where we ignited a sense of belonging into our house by teaching them our new cheer. I had a chance to be an orientation group leader too. Similar to house, orientation committee gathered advice for future batches to ease them into taking lead for orientation. Lastly, after realizing my passion for serving the school, I decided to extend this into my community. Hence, I signed up as a youth volunteer at my community club and joined Meet the People sessions. When asked if I preferred to be a writer or a vetter, I chose the former without hesitation, as I enjoy human interactions and prefer to play the role of a listener and a problem solver. Through my conversations, I discovered that the role of a writer is more than to simply convey the residents' concerns. It is equally important to respond appropriately to their physical and emotional cues with empathy and patience, hence soothing their qualms to allow for rational conversations. Each time they held my hand and thanked me with a smile, I was further motivated to ask senior writers for their experiences to better serve the residents in the future. At the same time, the MP will sometimes hold a conversation with all the volunteers to just learn more about the residents that we have interacted with and ask us if we are facing any issues. Providing both practical and emotional help for others for over 2 years was fulfilling, and it definitely helped to train my soft skills as I interacted with people from all walks of life. My experiences in leadership and service have nurtured crucial qualities in me. The journey was not smooth sailing, and the obstacles were foreign and difficult. However, with my determination to do a good job, I emerged stronger and more eager to face the challenges ahead with the following qualities. As a friend, I'm always willing to give a listening ear for any problems my friends may be facing and help them come up with solutions by suggesting what to do based on the different possible scenarios. I also frequently reach out to check in on them, just to make sure that they're doing well. As a person, I believe I have good time management skills where I know how to prioritize work and fulfill my responsibilities in the most time-efficient way. Furthermore, dealing with unexpected situations in council trained my ability to think on my feet and react to developing situations on the ground without losing my calm. Lastly, as a leader, I believe in inspiring a shared vision, as having the right mindset and goal as a team is a powerful way for us to achieve what we want. I also enjoy challenging the process through innovation. Despite this means that I have to start from scratch without guidance from seniors, it is something that I enjoy doing because if it goes well, the sense of fulfillment is immense. And if it does not go well, I will still be able to have something to review and learn from my mistakes, such that my next new idea will probably be a successful one. So what is my intended role if I do get elected into the MC? So far, based on my past experiences, I've planned orientation, volunteered in my community, cared for the welfare of house members, and took charge of publicity for house and orientation. While it might be tempting to just pick any of these roles as my experiences will aid me in doing a decent job, I go back to my principle of taking up the challenge to do something out of my security and comfort zone. Hence, I would like to run for the president position in a computing club. As the president, I'll be given the opportunity to guide the MC towards our common goal, represent the voices of SOC students, and work on the university level to make an impact on the entire school. So what are my objectives if I do become a member of the MC? To serve SOC as the MC, of course. But to me, that's not enough. I hope to serve SOC as one MC, not as directors, not as cells, but as one collective team. I've seen the benefits of working together as one during my council term in JC, and I hope to carry the idea forward to the MC if elected and increase inter-cell collaborations and interactions. If not, how are we going to build a close-knitted committee in SOC if we are working as individuals ourselves? In order to fulfill my objectives, here are some future plans I'm considering. For MC ourselves, in order to serve as one MC with a shared vision, I propose to have more meetings involving everyone in the MC, including our NUSU Exco representatives. This will have benefits such as increasing inter-cell communication to keep everyone updated about the current or upcoming events organized by anyone in the MC. In this way, if anyone from SOC asks us about it, we can give an answer, even though we may not be directly in charge of it. This is important because if we, the members of MC, don't even know what events we are pushing out, how can we expect the others to know about them? Especially now with COVID, we have fewer means of advertising for our events. Passing information by the word of mouth can be crucial in ensuring high turn-up rates. The sharing of ideas within the MC before pushing it out to the school can also allow for any members of the MC to give timely suggestions, feedback, or help that will be beneficial. Secondly, this will allow us to strive for constant improvements. By frequently reviewing events we held and commenting on what we did well and what can be improved on, can allow everyone to learn from one another's mistakes and successes to make our next event a better one. Once again, due to COVID, there are many new ideas and new execution plans that we will be trying out. Since we are still doing trial and errors with these novel ways, constant review and sharing is needed. Last but not the least, frequently getting together can promote bonding between members and keep everyone motivated. I personally enjoy having more than just a work relationship with teammates and would like it if MC members are close as friends too, because it makes the journey together more fulfilling, especially when we celebrate our achievements together. For SOC, I personally experienced a sense of helplessness in the beginning when I realized that I do not know of any seniors in SOC and only knew a handful of batchmates. Even with OGLs I befriended during FOP, I had no one close enough to frequently turn to for major specific questions. Having dealt with this trouble myself, I hope to do something about this for future freshies. I propose to having an angel motto system where we link up a senior and a freshie from the same course. This senior can guide the freshie to what mods to take, study tips, or even help the freshie with the tutorials occasionally. For subsequent years, the freshie is then linked to a junior, and they'll provide the same guidance that they received when they were a freshie to pass on the kindness. This will result in a buddy line with students from different years. And if this initiative is sustained, graduated students can even give workplace advice to their buddy lines. My second idea is to have Humans of SOC on Instagram. This can be a platform to let students who organize events for SOC to share their stories and experiences. Students who represented SOC on a university level, say IIG competitors, can also be featured. Bringing this to light not only recognizes them for their efforts and contribution, but can also motivate other students to follow in their footsteps. This is an extension of the 22nd MC's initiative, whereby we give recognition to the student IIG competitors via banner space to build an SOC identity. For NUS, I'm looking at the integration of international students through an initiative called Tent International. We bring a tent to unfamiliar camping grounds, and it is a shelter supported by poles and stretched tight by loops attached to pegs driven to the ground. That was a mouthful, isn't it? Similarly, international students of NUS need all the support in all aspects to ensure that they are steadily rooted into the unfamiliar NUS community and culture without feeling too intimidated. This initiative seeks to gather Year 2 to Year 4 international students to have chit-chat sessions with freshies who are international students, to welcome and guide them as seniors who can most probably relate well to their struggles. So why me? I'm confident that the hard and soft skills that I've acquired so far will aid me in fulfilling my role in MC. If I do get into MC, I'll remain grounded and approachable for any students to give me feedback so that we can serve you better. Do consider giving me the chance to make your last few years of school life more enjoyable and rewarding. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Royan, for the sharing. We understand that you want to run for president, for the president role as well. So right now we'll be opening up the questions to the floor, and if you all have any questions, please raise your hand virtually. And right now I believe we have one question from Sam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Hello, Royan. I'm Sam. Yeah, Year 2 CEG student. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, like, I think the cross-sell collaboration, I think is something very great to advocate for. Right. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it's something very real that people ask. Right. How would you talk to your directors or your leaders who feel that some people overstep the boundaries? Like, you know, when cross teams collaborate, right? Like, when seeking opinions, and then some people's opinions are not heard, maybe stuff like that. So how you handle that kind of situation?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Can I clarify that you're asking, when we do intercell communication or collaboration, what should I do if there are clashing opinions or like conflicts, like extra conflicts that need to be resolved?
Yeah, example of conflict could be overstepping our boundaries. Maybe one of the teams, like, you know, advise them too much, like you should do it this way, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I think one point of increasing intercell communication is also for each other to give advice. And I think that in a sense, to some people, it might be overstepping of boundary. But if the receiving party takes it in a nice way and they think that, okay, this is actually something that we can actually consider for our initiative, then I think it's actually a good thing to, in a sense, give too much advice or help the other team too much, because ultimately what we want to do is to serve the school population. And it's not something that we should not be exclusive selves in that sense. So if, like what you said, people overstep their boundaries, and as long as, I think that if their ideas are valid and if their reasons is something that we can take into account for, I think it's not really a bad thing, because I think that having all these different opinions or even conflicts, it will ultimately force us to think more about the initiatives and to weigh the pros and cons and to question ourselves, is this actually the best that we can do? So having these conflicts may not necessarily be a bad thing, but if, like you mentioned, it becomes a problem, then of course we have to mention at the beginning of every meetings to, like, for everyone to make sure to keep their boundaries and not to overstep too much. But then again, you'll be, to every different person, overstepping a boundary can have a very different definition also. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Sam, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Sam, for the question. Do we have anyone else from the floor to ask questions? We have 13 minutes left for Royan. Okay, if you want to ask questions, do raise your hands virtually and we will schedule you. Okay, just a repeat, Royan is running for the president for SOC. Okay, we have Yok Yue, right? Yok Yue, do you have a question for Royan?
Hi. So you mentioned the Angel and
Sorry, Yok Yue.
Motto.
Sorry, hang on now, Yok Yue. Can you introduce yourself, your name and
Oh
your
yeah.
year and course, please?
I'm Yok Yue, year 1 business analytics. So you mentioned earlier that you want to do the Angel and Motto program. So in this program, is it a voluntary program or you're going to assign randomly? And in addition to this, how are you going to ensure that the senior will even help the junior, or whether the junior is even receptive to help from the senior?
Okay. This program as of now, I think, is voluntary. And I actually received some feedbacks after posting this on my Instagram for campaign. So some people say that we actually need to give incentives to the seniors, like the first batch of people who are signing up for this, because they are only giving, they haven't received something from a senior batch before. So I think that, yes, I agree with this feedback. We can actually have some incentives for these seniors. And I think for the point that you mentioned about the juniors not being receptive to this feedback, I think it can be very different for every person. And I think that because this initiative is mostly to link up seniors and juniors from the same major, so I think there'll be less conflicts, because personal experience is that when I talk to my OGLs, I try to ask them something about information security. Then they say something like, oh, I don't even have friends who are in information security. I can't really help you with that. So that's the main reason I came out with this initiative, is to ask major specific questions. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you for the question. Do we have any other questions from the floor? I mean, of course, if there's, let's say, around 2 minutes, about 1 minute to 2 minutes of silence, then perhaps someone could propose a close of the Q&A. But then, of course, I mean, we definitely still open up the questions to the floor. If anything, just raise your hand, please.
Hi, I have a question.
Oh.
Yes, Neil.
Yes. Okay. So hi, I'm Neil, year 2 CS. Actually, sometimes maybe you might not know lah, but sometimes or a lot of the times the president will be asked to interact with external bodies within NUS to fight for computing. in general. So how would you sort of interact or pressure the higher up bodies to sort of fight for computing side?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think if I'm not wrong, you're asking me how do I try to advocate my ideas or the voices of SOC to the people in the higher ups and try my best to make a difference. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, I think that for this problem, it is quite important that we have actual statistics or data. So for example, if we do ask students for feedback and a huge majority of them find that a certain area is lacking, we can show this data to the higher ups, and it is because data doesn't lie. And I think that this will be like a very concrete way to convince them to make a difference for the SOC students. But if the problem is something that does not have a data, I think the best that we can do is to either one, go ask for feedback, or two, we need to be very convincing in the way that we talk to the higher ups. And we cannot be afraid just because we're not talking to students, but we're talking to someone up there. We have to believe in ourselves, and ultimately as MC, we are supposed to serve the school and to improve the lives of the students in SOC. So while believing in our mission, we need to have the passion to convince the higher ups that something needs to be changed, especially if it's something that a lot of people are feeling negatively about. So I think that remembering that our ultimate goal is to improve the lives of the SOC students will help to motivate us to be more driven when we try to talk about these kind of issues with the higher ups, so that we can have some concrete action plans that will actually improve the problems. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you, Neil, for the question. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay, I believe we have Chuntik. Chuntik, question?
Hello, I'm Chuntik, Year 3 Information System. I think Computing Club has a lot of like great initiatives and events, but a common problem that the club faces throughout the times is sometimes there's a lower rate of participation from the ground, even though there is like a very good event. Like personally for me, I was participating in a spring cleaning last year, and I only went for it because my friends told me to go for it. Yeah, put me in to go for it. So I think it's a very common issue that computing faces. I mean, after going through that spring cleaning program, I then realized that it was a very good initiative and it was very fun. Yeah, but if without my friends to pull me in, I think it would be very hard to like get people to come like without these kind of factors. So what do you think you can try to do to try to address this kind of common structural issues in computing? I think because of our culture. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. I actually experienced something very similar in council during my term in JC. So we had house activities, but for my house especially, I don't know why. After organizing the activity, our participation rate was the lowest, and it was not just slightly lower than other houses, it was half the number of the other houses' participation rates. So at first we really got discouraged, but then afterwards we decided to not just give up there and then, and we decided to increase our publicity. So for example, at first we're just putting out posters or posting on Instagram. Then after we realized that maybe this is not enough, we try to make videos. We try to get house members to feature them in our videos as well. And on top of that, we also, like what you say, we reach out to our friends and personally ask them to go to the activities ourselves. So for the activity, it was participating in something like inter-house games. So us as the members of the house directorate, we participated in these activities ourselves, and we tried to participate in as many as we could. And at the same time, we dragged our friends along with us. And I think ultimately doing these two things allow us to increase our participation rate. But I think that, yeah, if it's a structural problem, like the nature of SOC students is to not participate in these events, then the most we can do is just the two ways that I mentioned just now. If something is not working, what about a new idea? What about another new idea to improve on the previous idea? So we can only keep on innovating and trying to push out new ways to see which one works the best and which one we should stick to for a longer time. Yeah. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chuntek, for the question. Do we have any other questions from the floor, please?
I have another question for you. Okay, do you have any comments on the some of those like ideas that Yat Bun has mentioned in his presentation, like mentioning about the SOC identity, etc. Yeah. So do you have any comments on those points that he mentioned?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I do agree with Yat Bun's initiatives and ideas for the future, especially the one about building the SOC identity, because it's something that all the senior batches have been working on, and we should definitely continue to work on this area as well. And I think that both Yat Bun and me have slightly different ideas, but it doesn't mean that we cannot put this all together and try to accomplish all of our goals for the next MC. So I think that, yeah, I agree that his ideas are really good. So both of us can work together to try to push out initiatives that work on these ideas and areas of development that we hope to focus on in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Neil, for the question. And I believe we have one more from Jet. Jet, would you introduce yourself? Name, year, course, and your question, please.
Okay, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. My name is Jet. I'm year 2 business analytics. So this question for Royan, and just give me a moment. Okay, so like if you're gonna take on the role as the president, what's like the nature of the role you would take on when it comes to managing your various wings? So like, would it be more autonomous, or would you be like more involved in like the planning and things that they are doing? Okay. And there's the second part of the question, which is it goes for both Royan and Yat Bun, since you're both running for president. Like, could you use like 1 or 2 adjectives to describe yourself as a president? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I think if I do get a presidential role, I think that my style would be to give the wings more autonomous to make their own decisions, because I think that one of my weaknesses is actually to want to involve myself in every single aspect. So when I take a lead for a team or project, I will spend a lot of time going to each subcommittee to ensure that everything is going well. Then sometimes I find myself spending a lot of time doing work that's not actually under my job scope. So one example is for dance committee in charge, I dedicated roles for a few members and assigned them as leaders for their respective dance items. Even after giving guidelines to the leaders, I found myself involved in the practice sessions to help them with the formations, dance steps, and even costumes. And this habit of mine can actually get time consuming and may not be the best to build trust between the members. Hence, I'm actually wanting to like work on this aspect in the future, so that if I do get a role of the president, I can have appropriate role dedication and entrust fellow members with meeting our common vision, so that I can spend my time on zooming out to look at the bigger picture in order to guide the team towards a common direction. So I think that ultimately leaders who are able to let go are actually more in control, because they have harnessed the resources and talents of their teammates, which can collectively guide operations more effectively than one person can. And that is what I'll be working towards. So while giving the cells the autonomy to make their own decisions, I still try to enforce my vision of serving as one MC. So we try to help each other to the best of our abilities and move towards a common direction. Then, sorry, could you repeat your second question?
Okay, so the second, by the way, thanks so much for answering the first question. Yeah. Second question is like using like 1 or 2 adjectives to describe yourself as the president, or if for the 23rd MC. Yeah.
Okay. I think it will just be inspiring a shared vision.
Okay. If this goes to Yat Bun as well, if you have adjective to describe yourself as like the president for 23rd.
Yeah, I have like 2 so-called hands off with a hyphen between, so that's one word, and people oriented. So it's another hyphen in between. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep,
Okay,
yep,
thank you,
Hafiz.
Jed, for your question. All right, I believe Sherman, you have a question for Royan.
Yes, Ryan. Sorry, are we okay on time for this? Because the time is like.
Yes. For the president, for the role of the president, we have double the time.
Okay. So Roy, I'm gonna throw you the same question I threw you up with earlier. This has mainly got to do with the current state of affairs. Given that there's gonna be all these distancing measures is still gonna be in place on campus, how do you plan, or what are your ideas in order to make sure that the club still operates, or you are still able to go about achieving the things you aim for in this current safe distancing time?
Thank you so much for the question. I think having a shared vision is something that we need to work with for the entire MC. But currently, the idea I have in mind is the vision of the 23rd MC will strive to build the SOC identity as one while being firm yet adaptable. So for building the SOC identity, as I mentioned just now, is using humans of SOC by organizers of events or IoT competitors are recognized online. So as compared to the previous MC's idea of having banners to show their names, I think moving them online will also be good, because now during COVID, no one really goes to school anymore. Everyone is just doing e-learning. So I think it'll be better if it's online. And another way I thought of for helping to build the SOC identity is to have customized masks. Since it's something that we have to wear when we go out in this pandemic, it'd be nice if we go to tutorials or lectures and see fellow SOC students wearing the mask with maybe the SOC cat on the side. So it's something small, but I think it can play a part in building our identity. And for serving as one is, as I mentioned, to work on inter-cell communication. They'll bring about constant improvements and heighten the team spirit as one MC by having increased meetings. Yeah, and for what does it mean to be firm? So I think it means that we have to stand strong in our values and keep in mind our objectives for the events that we are holding. So we need to always go back to our vision and mission and stay undeterred when challenges arise. So no matter the execution method, we need to always ensure that we do not compromise on our objectives we set out to achieve in the first place. So this requires the wings to set their vision, mission, and goals once elected into their positions. And the respective VPs must be responsible for constantly reinforcing the VGMs. And lastly, to be adaptable. I think in light of COVID, we need to always be ready to face last-minute changes. I suggest that during the planning stage, we already have a plan B. So for example, in the future, if we do get to open up face-to-face events, we should ensure that everyone involved knows exactly what to do if the event has to be shifted online at the last minute. So this can also prevent the feeling of disappointment of organizing members if all their efforts go down into the drain. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Okay. All right, thank you, Sherman, for the question. I believe we have one more for Roy and Karan.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My question is regarding what do you see a computing club capable of in the next 3 to 5 years? Because the listed vision that you have right now is quite small targets. So thinking bigger, what do you see the club doing in 3 to 5 years?
Okay, I think something big that the MC can work towards for the next 3 to 5 years is to increase inter-cell collaborations and communications. Because from attending the AGM recently, a few weeks ago, I realized there is actually a problem that the current MC is facing. And I do believe that changing this can be quite difficult in like one single year. So we can keep on reinforcing this idea for the future batches so that at least it's something that they know that they need to work on once elected into the management committee. And I think that this is having more communications and collaborations between the cells is very important for the points that I've mentioned earlier, which is we can help each other to constantly improve. And ultimately, this affects the student body. And we can serve them better by having initiatives that are more well-planned, because more members of the MC actually chip in and try to make make the things run more smoothly. So I think that, yeah, this is one bigger objective that I have for the computing club or the MC itself for the next few years, because it will take time to improve in this area.
Just to follow up, because what I meant by the question was less about computing club itself, but more what computing club is doing for its students. So what you mentioned is quite internal. So what could computing club be doing for its students in the next 3 to 5 years?
Okay. I think for the students, it will be definitely important to gather the students' feedbacks. So actually, in my personal opinion, right, whenever I receive feedback forms, I may not be very tempted to finish every single feedback form because yes, it takes time and I need the time to recall what happened during the activity and try to type down in a very like coherent way. So I think that I don't know if this is feasible or not because I haven't tried it before. But I think for gathering feedbacks from students, instead of sending out feedback forms or Google Forms, we can try to collect feedback in real time. So for example, during FOP, which I attended, the OGLs asked for feedback at the end of the orientation event. So at the end, the OGLs were like, oh, okay, how do y'all find the orientation, any feedback? And then everyone just said the same thing like, oh, I think it was okay. I think it's the best that you can do. So this kind of feedback, because it is like so formal and at the end of the event, we may not actually get a lot of constructive feedback that we hope to achieve. So I think instead of doing it this way, we can try to like ask the facilitators to ask for feedbacks multiple number of times. So for example, after one activity, they can casually ask, oh, how do you find that video? Do you think we should even show the video in the first place? Is it time consuming? Do you think that it's actually helpful? So by asking the facilitators to ask feedbacks at different timings throughout the entire event, we can actually get more real feedback from the students. So if, for me personally, if the senior asks me like, how was this video, I will actually give like a constructive feedback as opposed to at the end when I could have forgotten that the video even existed in the first place. So I think that by asking for feedback at like different time intervals throughout the event might be something that we can try in the future. And if it goes well, then we can try to have it for more events that we are pushing out. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Karen, for the question. Do we have any more questions for Royan? We are left with a few more minutes on her end.
Karan CG proposed to close the Q&A.
Okay, Karen proposed to close. Can I have a seconder, please?
Neil, second.
Okay, Neil or Hukam, second to close the Q&A. So yes, thank you, Royan, for the your campaign speech. Okay, thank you for the sharing. All right, okay, you can stop share already.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on, we will have another candidate and yeah, running for the related MC. But before we move on to the next candidate, right, I just want to mention, right, that as of now, there are people contesting for various roles, okay? So at the end of the day, for the management committee itself, remember, during the 31st August voting itself, right, you're voting them to go into the management committee. Thereafter, then we will have an internal election to select them to their respective roles. Okay, so just a reminder that on the 31st of August is to vote the candidates into the management committee, and the roles will be selected thereafter in the internal elections. All right, so the next candidate that will be presenting shall be Xiao Ting.
All right, give me a moment.
Sure.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you. Okay, you may start the timer as well when you're ready.
Before I start my speech, I would like to thank everyone for coming down to the meeting today. My name is Chen Xiaoting, and I'm a Year 1 student majoring in computer science. I'll be running for the Vice President of Student Life for the 23rd Management Committee. So, who am I? Some of you may be able to tell from my name, Xiao, that I'm a Taiwanese. Indeed, I was from Taiwan and I came to Singapore about 10 years ago. I could still recall how scared and lost I felt during the first few months of my school, as I didn't understand English at that time and had to learn Chinese in simplified form. What I'm trying to say here is the feeling of stress, fear, and loneliness are things that I'm all too familiar with. And even as I'm sharing my thoughts now, I'm sure some of you may be feeling the same way at this point in time. Are you feeling stressed from uni life? Are you struggling to complete all the missions and quests before the deadline? Or are you finding it hard to squeeze out time for social life? As a year one student, currently still trying to figure a way to transit into uni life, I share your worries and I hope to address all your concerns as the new Vice President of Student Life for the 23rd Management Committee. So, what is Student Life? The objective of Student Life Wing is to enhance computing students' school life by organizing, engaging in school activities that not only adds fun and joy to students' academic life, but also serves to bring the computing community together. So then the question is, why Student Life? Even though I've never run for any election before, I thought I should give myself a chance to serve a wider community in university. Hence, I challenge myself to step out of my comfort zone in this new environment to pursue my interests. Firstly, I want to be the Vice President of Student Life because I share a deep passion in looking after the welfare of others, whether it be physically, emotionally, or mentally, as well as building long-term relationships among people through organizing events. Secondly, as both a Taiwanese and Singaporean, I want to be the bridge between the local and international students. As an international student myself, I understand from first-hand experiences the challenges that foreign students may face when connecting with the local students. This may include language barriers or the lack of common topics to share due to cultural differences. As such, I hope to be a part of the management committee to bring local and international students together through meaningful events that unites the computing community. And lastly, being part of the management committee will provide me with the opportunities to further hone valuable leadership and time management skills. As such, I strongly believe that this experience will help nurture me into a better leader, which could potentially enable me to make a greater difference to society in the future. Now, I would like to share some of my past experiences with you. Firstly, as an active 联合早报 student journalist in Singapore Press Holdings since 5 years ago, I've helped to organize more than 10 major SPH events for hundreds of student journalists across Singapore, including journalist orientation and camps. This year, I was the project director in the EXCO committee and have led both the freshman orientation and prize ceremony events, alongside with many other small activities. Additionally, being the project director in both the Chinese Society and the Language Elective Program Student Committee back in Hwa Chong Institution, I was in charge of looking after the welfare of our CCA and LEP cohort, as well as fostering stronger bonds within the student body through organizing events like orientations and Mid-Autumn Festival. Lastly, having self-initiated Project Blossom, a community service project dedicated to helping pregnant teens in Singapore through raising funds and awareness, I've worked with nearly 300 volunteers through various nationwide events. Through these experiences, I've worked closely with different groups of people, such as the teachers, students, and external organizations. This has helped me in developing essential interpersonal skills that will enable me to connect well with various stakeholders to drive success for a project. Moreover, through the collaboration with people from diverse backgrounds, I am able to better empathize with people of different needs, and I hope to do my part in formulating targeted solutions to address the needs of others like you. Last but not least, I've learned to negotiate and push off ideas that I believe are beneficial for the community instead of blindly following the traditions from the past. given that the role of Vice President of Student Life involves working with different stakeholders and proposing new ideas that will benefit the welfare of students. I believe my experiences will enable me to fulfill the responsibilities. After sharing so much about myself, I would like to introduce to you some of my aspirations and objectives for the 23rd Management Committee as the new Vice President of Student Life. Firstly, safeguard the well-being of all undergraduates by assisting them in transitioning into university life. Secondly, help the international students, including the exchange students, in assimilating into the computing community. And thirdly, help connect all individuals to foster long-term friendships so that no one is left behind. Now, here are some of the initiatives that I believe will enable me to achieve my goals in serving you. Firstly, Com Support. Com Support is a small support group of 5 to 8 students with senior leaders who will be linked up to help support the year ones in their transitioning to university life. As a member, you are free to share about all your worries and concerns with your team members. Seniors are encouraged to approach the freshmen to discuss issues relating to university, such as providing tips on how to manage stress and how to achieve a balance between all the commitments you may have. Com Support ensures that you have a chance to voice out your worries instead of keeping them inside, and help you to realize that you are not alone in this difficult situation. With Com Support, it ensures that you can seek relevant support needed to be both mentally and emotionally prepared for university, as well as having a listening ear so that no one is left alone here in this computing community. Secondly, cultural initiatives such as the Millennium. For those of you who have never heard of Millennium before, it is a program initiated by the 22nd Management Committee last year, with the aim of promoting awareness and appreciation of different cultures, as well as aiding in assimilation of international students into the computing community. Millennium is a 2-day event which consists of an amazing race and an escape room, with cultural elements designed to fit into the activities. With the hope of continuing this wonderful idea for the next year, I want to propose a possible solution to address the problem faced last year. While the event is targeted in helping the international students, most students who turn out for the event were local students. We can encourage more international students to sign up by informing them on the purpose of this event and to reach out to them earlier so that they have more time to consider joining. And thirdly, Enjoy Immortals. The aim of Enjoy Immortals is for you to make friends with people whom you don't get a chance to meet. For example, students from other courses, countries, residential colleges, and halls. The event involves exchanging inexpensive gifts for 2 weeks before a review dinner. One of the problems faced last year includes low turn-up rate for the review dinner. So how can we encourage more students to come for the review dinner? To avoid awkwardness and the fear of being left alone if their NGOs didn't turn up, the review dinner can be combined with one of the FOP events where all are to participate together with their faculty OG. Another problem the management committee faced last year is the process of how participants exchange gifts, as lockers are out of the way for some students. And so the solution may be to mail out supportive letters every day rather than gifts, and exchange gifts only at the end of the 2 weeks. However, angels are free to send out secret gifts as many times as they wish. In addition to these activities, I hope to come up with more initiatives together with my team as the new Vice President of Student Life that will make all of you feel more comfortable in a computing club. Vote for me to have a more vibrant student life in computing. Let us create moments and crystallize memories together. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Xiaoting, for sharing. So Xiaoting, as mentioned earlier on, she is running for the Vice President for Student Life, right? So that being said, we'll be proceeding on right now with the Q&A section. So there's 15 minutes, and if anyone would like to ask Xiaoting any questions, do raise your hand virtually. Then afterwards, the committee will actually schedule you to ask the questions. During the asking of questions, do remember to identify yourself with your name, year, and course, followed by the questions you would like to ask. All right, so right now the Q&A is open to the floor. Any questions, people? All right, I guess we have Sumin. Sumin, question?
Yeah, hi Xiao Ting. Thank you for your presentation. Could you go back to the slide on Angel and Moto, please? Yeah, could you explain more about your solution of like combining it with one of the FOP events? Because in that case, like because FOP event is like usually like before the start of school. So like I don't know how, like I don't know what you mean by like you will combine the dinner with one of the FOP events. So could you elaborate more on it, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Sumi, for the question. So when I talk about the FOP event, it's more like the after orientation kind of event. So it's like an extra event that we will invite down everyone to come for like a simple outing. For example, like a faculty night together. Yeah, and the reason why I propose that it would be a good idea to combine with one of the FOP event because some of them may be awkward to turn up and they may be scared that their angels might not turn up also. So like if it's combined together with another program, for example, like faculty night kind of initiative, people can come together with their OG mates, and so they won't feel alone if their partners didn't show up.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Maybe like just one thing to note would be that because Millennium is a student relations event, and unlike FOP cell, student relations need to target like everyone in SOC, so not just freshmen. So maybe perhaps like when you talk about like a new FOP initiative to like call people down, then maybe like you could think of ways to like include the rest of the students as well, like not just the freshmen. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for the question again. Yeah, and the idea of Millennium, of course, is not just targeted at the year one students, but also the international exchange students as well as students that are from year two to year four. And so in order to encourage them to sign up for the Millennium, I think it's important that they understand the purpose of this event is to help them to connect with more people so that they can, establish really meaningful and long-term relationships with people of different levels and people coming from different backgrounds. So if the seniors or any students if they can find it, if they believe that they can benefit from this event, then they'll have more incentive to come for the events. Yeah. And also I think it's important for us to constantly improve on the idea so that we make sure that it is worth their time to come for the event.
Okay, all right, thank you for your answer.
Right, thank you Sumin for the question. And now I think we do have a few more questions, right? So next up, can we have Vinod? Vinod, any questions for Xiaoting?
Yeah, hi Xiaoting. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to check with you for your can you go back one slide? Yeah, okay, for the support group, I'm just wondering, how do you intend to keep the seniors committed in the long term?
All right, thank you for the question. So the idea of comm support is like, it actually doesn't require the senior to be very committed, such as like on a weekly basis. Instead, it will be preferable if it's once per sem. We conduct the session once per sem. For example, during the exam period where most of the students feel more stressed out. Yeah, so given that the commitments will not be very high for the seniors, it ensures that the senior they feel more comfortable, committing in a long term. Yeah, and also, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Vino, for the question. Next up, we have Sam. Sam, you have a question?
Yep. Hello, Xiaoting. I'm Sam, year 2 CEG. So my question is also regarding the support system. So I wanted to ask, like, is there a framework for the support? Is it like a befriending system? And then also, have you considered like giving training to the student supporters as part of your incentives? Because I think it would be good.
Sorry, just to clarify, your question is there any framework for the...
Yeah. So for example, is it a simple buddy system, or is there any other way of like support and then voicing out the concerns and all that? Is there a framework for that?
Actually, this initiative is more like it's similar to having an OGL group, but not having an OG group, but not similar in that case, because it's more targeted towards supporting the freshmen by giving them tips and ideas on how they can cope with university life. So it's really a friendly session where people can just gather down and share about their own personal problems, their personal feelings, and together both the seniors and the juniors can figure a way out for the students to face the challenges together so that they can adapt into university life. Yeah.
So from my understanding, it's more fluid, like the way solutions are like determined from this. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Sam, for your question. And we have another question from Gu Gong.
Yes, hello, Xiaoting. This is Gu Gong, year 1 computer science. So basically, I'm also I also come from a Chinese background, and I have connection with those Chinese international students, and they are actually in a large group, especially in the School of Computing. There were about 150 of them this year only. And I know that Chinese students being themselves, they tend to form the small group among themselves, and they just establish their own relationship from there. So how are you going to convince them that actually there is the incentive that you have mentioned for them to actually join the program and actively engage them? Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. And I believe that all of us, like, we do recognize that, yeah, the international students, especially the Chinese students, they tend to hang out a lot together as a group. And so some of the ideas that I have in order to encourage them to join our program is that I think we have to really show them show them the benefits that they can gain if they can make friends with people from other countries and local students, because the fact that they come overseas to study, one of the reasons may be because of the education, but I think most of us, like as an international student myself, I want to understand the local culture as well. So in order to, really integrate into the community and really to learn more about the local cultures, I think it is really beneficial, and I can really gain a lot of insights if I join this kind of initiatives more. So I think letting them understand that there are benefits that can be gained if they participate in these activities or events that we roll out is very important. And also another reason I think why they don't have the incentive to come is because they feel comfortable with their own friends. So, and also difficult to step out of their comfort zone to actually meet up with new people. So I think that's the reason why we have to constantly push off new ideas. For example, the com support, which we will help to connect them with other people so that they can, you know, go participate with this kind of events together with their friends that are from other countries or the local students. Yeah. And I think in this way, we can also encourage them to really come together and just to participate in events together. It will serve as an incentive for them to join. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, may I have a follow-up question, please?
Sure.
Okay, so basically, you were mentioning that you actually recognize the benefits of discovering another culture as well as the people around here. But are you aware that it's as if that you like banana, but those Chinese people like apple, then you are trying to force your preference over them? I don't think it is feasible though. What's your opinion on this?
All right, I'm definitely not trying to force them to participate in our project. Yeah, and I think on the flip side, we should make it voluntary and we shouldn't force the ideas onto them because it won't have a good outcome even if they come. Yeah, so instead of like forcing them to step out of their comfort zone and to come for our events, I think we should respect their ideas and we could increase our publicity effort and we could do our best to reach out to as many people as possible. But then ultimately, whether they want to come or not is their own decisions. And I think we should respect that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gugong, for the question. And I think we have one more, Dai Yang, right? Dai Yang.
Yeah.
Okay, Dai Yang. Yes. Do introduce yourself, your year and your course, and your question.
All right. Oh, hello, I'm Dai Yang, and I'm a first-year student in business analytics, and I'm actually a transfer student. I was studying Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and I run the same project in PolyU before, and we faced a lot of problems. First is we do not have enough senior leaders to join us, and the second is the question that is raised by the previous one. I cannot find his name, but and the question is, we post the information on Instagram and a lot of people has been left out and they did not see the information. So I want to ask, how can you, since you do not separate the peoples and try to different cultures to come together, but people prefer different ways of communication, how can you solve this problem and solve these obstacles and get everyone to really participate in your event? Thank you.
All right. So again, for Com Support Initiative, it is a voluntary basis. So it's not like everyone is forced to join. So people are free to join because the purpose of this event is really to help those international students who feel that they don't have a connection here. So to help them connect with other people so that they don't feel lonely here. And so I think one of your previous question, you mentioned a few points, and the first question is how can we make sure that the seniors will sign up for the Com Support, right? And yeah, I think for this, in order to, because it's a very new initiative and when we first introduced it, probably not a lot of people know about it. So I think in order to increase the participation rate, we could introduce the program to both the seniors and juniors during FOP. Yeah, and in order to encourage more seniors to sign up, we could first approach those more kind of active seniors, for example, such as the OGLs or event helpers to join the program first. And also, yeah, to join the programs first, and we'll see how we can reach out to more seniors from then onwards. Yeah. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yes, there's a second question. Second question is people prefer different ways of communication, and this can be a big obstacles. And how can you solve that?
For people prefer different communications. What do you mean by different communication, as in live or?
Namely, there's people prefer to use WeChat, and people prefer to use WhatsApp, and people who prefer to use Telegram. And if you try to establish a universal platform for people to communicate on, there must be someone who excluded from this platform because they do not know how to use or they cannot have the access to. So if you want to bring different cultures together, how can you solve that problem?
Okay, so sorry, I think the Q&A session time.
It's okay, carry on with the Q&A for now.
Right, so because since this program is very flexible, so it is possible that we let them choose what form of communication they prefer. If they prefer using WeChat, then we can group them together. We can group all 5 of them together, and then we use the same platform to reach out to them. Because ultimately, the aim of this initiative is not to connect international students together. That would be the cultural initiatives. The main purpose of this initiative is to help the freshmen to help them in their transitioning into the university life. So if they prefer to communicate through WeChat platform, then I think it is possible that we can do our best to reach out to them using this kind of platforms that will best serve them. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, can I elaborate on the question? So
sorry, we're gonna have to cut short the time for now. Yep. Yeah, so we will not be allowing any further elaborations on the question and the answer. Sorry, Dayang.
You can still approach me to ask the question though.
Okay, hang on. I think because actually I wanted to announce that for today, Xiaoting will be the last candidate and will continue for tomorrow itself. But I understand that currently we are halfway through the question and there's some small elaboration. So Dayang, maybe I'll just do a quick one, a very quick elaboration that you could highlight. Then Xiaoting, you could give a very quick answer as mentioned earlier. Okay.
Okay. So the result of our case, so in PolyU, we ended up with people who from the same cultural background gathering in the same channel and lose the whole purpose of international exposure and the point of connecting different cultures. So, and I want to know if the candidates have a good way to solve that.
I think I've mentioned in the previous answer that the purpose of this initiative is not to link them up with other people from different cultures. So yeah, the purpose of this event is really just to help them transit into university life by, really sharing their worries, sharing their concerns, and see what we can do to address their needs and problems. So so it's not to address the problem about integrating into the community or with other international students. Yeah.
Okay. With that in mind, I think with that in mind, right? Okay, I think yes. So thank you, Xiaoting, for the sharing. I understand that you're running for the VP for Student Life. So yep, thank you for sharing. You may stop the share now.
Thank you.
Okay, so guys, I understand that right now we have overrun slightly because as per mentioned in the Telegram announcement, right? Our session for day 1 should end at 10, and right now it's already 10:30, so therefore we should cut off the session for today. In fact, speaking of which, there will be a day 2 campaign speech for tomorrow. So for our remaining 3 candidates, we'll be pushing them to the slots tomorrow. So do come back tomorrow from 6 p.m. till approximately 8 p.m. or latest 10 p.m. All right, to hear the speeches by our remaining 3 candidates. Okay. With that being said, that involves all current candidates who are present as well as the 22nd MC members who are present as well. Do remember that tomorrow we will have a session from 6 p.m. to approximately 8 p.m. or later should be 10 p.m. lah. Okay. Just give me one moment. All right. Are there any final questions from the floor regarding the elections campaign and whatnot? Okay, if not, right, audiences, you may leave as well. Then 22nd MC and the candidates, you may stay in this Zoom chat for our short final debrief. Okay, thank you everyone for attending today's day one election campaign speeches. Okay, candidates and 22nd MC, you may remain on the chat, but it's definitely essential for 22nd MC. Sorry, essential for the candidates to be here in this chat. Okay, let's give you a while more. Sorry, quick question, is Joanna? Oh, Joanna. Oh, okay, sorry, see wrong. Qianyi, is Qianyi and Rebecca part of this? Okay. Krisha, Neil, are you around?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can we do some cleaning on whoever is inside here? Like those people not supposed to be here, put in waiting room.
Okay.
Why didn't you want to come back?
Oh no, I put her in waiting room.
Oh, just removed it.
Sorry, who is Earth Tana? Anyone know? No?
No.
Okay, waiting room.
Yeah, just remove them.
Yeah, I just removed them.
Okay, should be nothing else, right? Okay, let's see.
Yeah, all is okay. Yep, all is okay.
Okay.